Tonight, we enter the shadows of feudal Japan as we stealthily traverse the dangerous world of Tenchu. If you find that these deadly tales resonate with your inner shinobi, please feel free to leave a like and consider subscribing for more content like this. It helps ensure that Rikimaru and Ayame can continue their shadowy adventures while shining some light on this small channel. But for now, sip some herbal tea and get cozy as we embark on 3 deadly missions into the world of Tenchu. The fog rolled in from the sea like a living thing, threading through the narrow streets of Shimizu port with deliberate purpose. Paper lanterns swayed on their hooks outside the merchants' houses, their light fragmenting into ghostly halos. The smell of salt and fish mixed with incense smoke from the temple district, creating an atmosphere that was neither wholly clean nor entirely corrupt, merely transitional, like the port itself. Rikimaru stood motionless in Lord Goda's private chamber, his face impassive as carved stone. Across from him, separated by the Lord's lacquered desk, Ayame maintained an equally neutral expression, though her fingers rested lightly on her knee, in a position that suggested readiness rather than repose. Between them, Lord Goda unrolled a map of the coastal province with careful, measured movements. Shimizu Port has served my family for 3 generations, Lord Goda began, his voice carrying the weight of a man who chose his words with the precision of a master calligrapher. It is the gateway through which half our trade flows. Silk from the south, iron from the north, rice from the western provinces. For 6 months, shipments have gone missing. At first, merely inconvenient. Now, it threatens our agreements with allied clans. Rikimaru's eyes tracked the Lord's finger as it traced the coastline on the map. The harbour master? Shichiro, a man my father appointed 20 years ago. His records appear impeccable. Lord Goda's pause carried more meaning than elaboration. Too impeccable, perhaps. Every ledger balanced, every tax accounted for. Yet the cargo never arrives. Ayame leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed on a different section of the map, the cliffs overlooking the port, where a monastery's symbol had been inked in red. And the women? Lord Goda's expression darkened. 7 in 3 months. All young, all from merchant families. The magistrate claims they've run away. A fashionable scandal, he calls it. Rebellious daughters fleeing arranged marriages. He met Ayame's eyes. But their fathers are men I trust, and they tell a different story. Each girl was last seen near the Kano monastery, seeking blessings or making offerings. A place of refuge, Ayame said softly, and something in her tone suggested she was tasting the irony of those words. So it should be. Lord Goda rolled the map with deliberate care. Abbot Yokai has led the monastery for 15 years. His reputation for piety extends throughout the province. Yet, he paused, choosing his next words carefully. Sometimes, the brightest lanterns, cast the darkest shadows. Rikimaru absorbed this in silence. The pattern was emerging with the clarity of a blade being drawn from its sheath. Two separate corruptions in a single port town, both involving places and people who should represent order and sanctity. The odds of coincidence were slim enough to be invisible. "You suspect a connection," Rikimaru stated. "I suspect many things. I know very little." Lord Goda stood, moving to the window that overlooked his gardens. The moon hung there like a pearl in dark water. "Rikimaru, you will investigate the harbor district. The harbor master, his operations, his associates. Find where my shipments have gone and who profits from their disappearance." Goda turned his attention to the kunoichi. "Ayame, the monastery and the missing women are yours, but approach with caution. If the temple is involved, it will be defended not just by walls, but by faith, and faith can blind even the honest." Ayame bowed her head in acknowledgement. "I will not confuse the sanctuary with those who defile it." "Good." Lord Goda turned back to face them, and in the lamplight his features seemed older, carved by concerns that went beyond missing cargo and vanished daughters. "One more thing. 3 days ago, a fishing boat brought in something caught in its nets, a body, or what remained of one, male, mid-30s, wearing the clothes of a merchant's clerk. He'd been in the water perhaps a week, his throat cut with surgical precision. The chamber fell silent, except for the distant sound of wind chimes in the garden. The fishermen claim he had something clutched in his hand, mostly rotted away, but my physician recovered fragments. Paper, with what appeared to be part of a ledger entry, and something else. A symbol. Lord Goda produced a small square of treated silk, on which the symbol had been carefully copied. It showed a simplified drawing of a lantern with a hollow center. No flame, just emptiness. This mark appears nowhere in my records, or those of any legitimate merchant house I've contacted. Rikimaru studied the symbol, committing it to memory. A signature. Or a warning. Lord Goda's voice carried a note of something that might have been unease. "You both depart at dawn. Report directly to me. Trust no intermediaries, no matter how loyal they seem. If there is rot in Shimizu port, I cannot be certain how far it has spread." As they left the chamber, walking side by side through the darkened corridors of Lord Goda's estate, Ayame spoke quietly. "A hollow lantern. Light that gives no illumination. A mockery of guidance," Rikimaru agreed. His hand rested naturally on the hilt of his ninjato, Izayoi. "Or a symbol for something that appears trustworthy, but contains only darkness." They reached the point where their paths would diverge. Ayame paused, her face half shadowed by the corridor's sparse lighting. "Be careful, Rikimaru. Corruption in official places is like rust in a blade's tang. By the time you see it, the damage runs deep. And you, Ayame." He met her eyes, and for a moment, something passed between them that was older than words. The understanding of those who walk the same path, even when that path splits. Sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we're taught not to suspect. She nodded once, then disappeared into the darkness, with the silent grace that was her signature. Rikimaru stood alone in the corridor for a breath longer, listening to the wind chimes and thinking about hollow lanterns, false sanctuaries, and bodies in the sea. Rikimaru arrived at Shimizu port 2 hours before dawn, when the fishing boats were preparing for their early departure, and the world existed in that liminal space between darkness and light. He'd approached from the north along the coastal road, dressed as a wandering ronin. The port sprawled along a natural harbour like a creature at rest, its wooden buildings climbing the gentle slope from the waterfront. The harbourmaster's office dominated the central wharf, a 2-story structure with walls that had been freshly painted, unusual in a district where salt air weathered everything prematurely. Rikimaru noted this detail the way a physician might note a single healthy organ in an otherwise diseased body. He took a room at an inn called the Crane's Rest, choosing it for its position overlooking both the main wharf and the smaller fishing docks. The proprietor, an elderly woman with hands gnarled by decades of work, took his coin without curiosity, another advantage of a port town. Strangers were currency, as common as silver. From his window, Rikimaru observed the morning's activities. Ships unloaded under the supervision of men wearing the harbourmaster's mark, a blue sash tied around the left arm. The process appeared orderly, even meticulous. Cargo was tallied, recorded, and distributed. Nothing obviously wrong, which was itself suspicious. He spent the day listening to conversations that eddied around him like water around a stone. Merchants complaining about taxes, sailors complaining about merchants. Normal port discourse. But underneath, Rikimaru detected something else. Conversations that stopped when he approached. Eyes that avoided the harbourmaster's office, even in casual glances. And most telling, the way people spoke around the word safe, as if the concept itself had become treacherous. As dusk approached, Rikimaru prepared for night work. He removed his ronin disguise, revealing the dark grey shinobi shozoku beneath. His tools were arranged with practiced precision. Grappling hook, smoke bombs, caltrops, shurikens, and of course, his blade, the izayoi. The harbourmaster's office looked different in the darkness. The fresh paint seemed to gleam with an oily quality, and the windows were shuttered tight despite the warm night. 2 guards stood at the main entrance, but Rikimaru had no intention of using doors. He scaled the adjacent warehouse with ease, his grappling hook propelling him upwards in an instant. At the warehouse's peak, he traversed the rooftops to gain access to the office undetected. Rikimaru slipped through and into the darkness of the building's upper floor, hanging from a beam before dropping silently to the floor. The office was divided into several rooms, a main chamber for receiving merchants, a records room visible through an open door, and a private office at the rear. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the shutters, painting silver lines across the floor. The records room appeared exactly as Lord Goda described. Impeccable. Ledgers stacked with geometric precision, each entry made in the same careful hand. He scanned several at random, his trained memory cataloguing the information. Ships, cargo, dates, taxes paid. Everything balanced, everything perfect. Too perfect. He found the discrepancy in the third ledger he examined, not in what was present, but in what was absent. A ship called the Komori appeared in the arrival records, documented as carrying a full load of silk from the southern provinces. But there was no corresponding distribution record. The silk had arrived, been tallied, and then simply vanished from the paperwork. Rikimaru checked the other ledgers. 5 more ships, all with the same pattern. Cargo arrived. Cargo disappeared from documentation. The private office door was locked, but Rikimaru's picks were delicate instruments, and locks were merely metal puzzles. Inside, the room was sparse. A desk, a chest, a small shrine to Benzaiten, goddess of water and fortune. The irony wasn't lost on him. The desk revealed little. More ledgers, these ones matching the public records exactly. A seal and sealing wax. Writing supplies. But when Rikimaru examined the desk itself, running his fingers along the joints and seams, he found it. A hidden compartment, clever in its simplicity. Inside lay a second ledger, much smaller. The entries here were in a different hand, cruder but direct. Ships, dates, cargo types, but the destinations were unlike any legitimate merchants. The hollow house, the silent garden, the temple beneath, and at the bottom of each page, stamped in black ink, the hollow lantern symbol. A floorboard creaked outside the office. Rikimaru moved instantly, the ledger tucked into his guy as he rolled behind the desk. The door opened slowly, revealing a silhouette carrying a lamp. The figure entered, and in the lamplight, Rikimaru saw a man in his 50s, well-fed and dressed in fine silk. Shichiro, the harbour master, checking his domain in the deep night. The harbour master moved to his desk, and for a moment, Rikimaru thought he'd been discovered. But Shichiro merely placed the lamp down and opened a different drawer, removing a bottle of expensive sake and a cup. He poured, drank, then stood staring at the shrine to Benzaiten with an expression that might have been remorse or simply exhaustion. "I didn't want this," Shichiro said quietly, to the goddess or himself or the empty room. 20 years of honest service. 20 years. But when they came with their threats, their promises. He drank again, and his hand shook slightly. Better the harbour's reputation remain intact. Better some cargo go missing than everyone discovering what cargo truly moves through these docks. He finished the cup, set it down, and left the office with the lamp, leaving Rikimaru in renewed darkness. The revelation hung in the air like smoke. Shichiro wasn't the architect. He was a tool, pressured or bought into compliance. Rikimaru waited 10 minutes after the harbour master's departure, then made his exit through the same roof access. But as he prepared to leave the warehouse rooftop, movement in the street below caught his attention. A cart, covered with canvas, rolling toward the waterfront despite the late hour. 2 men guided it, both wearing the telltale blue sashes of the harbour master's employ. They moved with purpose toward the smallest wharf, where a single boat waited. No flag, no identification marks. Rikimaru followed from the rooftops, a shadow among shadows. The cart stopped at the wharf, and the men removed the canvas cover. Inside were crates marked with symbols that matched the hidden ledger, shipments that officially didn't exist. But more disturbing was what else lay in the cart. 3 bodies, wrapped in cloth, but not well enough to conceal their shapes. The sickly sweet smell that had haunted the harbour master's office made sudden, terrible sense. The men loaded the crates and bodies into the boat with the casual efficiency of routine. One of them laughed at something the other said, a casual sound that felt profane given their cargo. Then they pushed off, rowing north along the coast toward where the cliffs rose like teeth against the starlit sky, toward the Kano monastery. Rikimaru watched until the boat disappeared into the coastal darkness, his mind arranging the pieces of this puzzle into a pattern that was becoming uncomfortably clear. The harbour master's operation wasn't just about theft, it was about disposal. And the monastery wasn't just a separate concern. It was all connected by that hollow lantern symbol, by whatever organization operated in the spaces between legitimate business and visible crime. He needed to reach Ayame, to warn her that the monastery might be more than just a site of kidnapping. It might be the heart of something far worse. But as he prepared to move, a voice spoke from the darkness behind him. Impressive for a spy, but not impressive enough. Rikimaru spun, Izayoi clearing its sheath in a whisper of steel. 3 men stood on the rooftop, each dressed in dark clothes and armed with weapons that gleamed dully in the starlight. Not guards, not merchants hired muscle. These were fighters, trained and dangerous. The one who'd spoken smiled. The harbour master was careless, leaving those ledgers where curious eyes might find them. But we've been watching, waiting to see who Lord Goda might send. Hello, Azuma Ninja. Welcome to the Hollow Lantern's territory. We hope you've made peace with your gods. They attacked in coordinated silence, and the rooftop became a battlefield of flashing steel. Ayame approached the Kano monastery from the forest side, where ancient pines climbed the cliffs like patient pilgrims. The monastery perched on a plateau overlooking the sea, its walls white against the dark stone, its main hall's curved roof mimicking the shape of waves. Beautiful, serene, isolated, a perfect trap if one wished to make things disappear. She'd spent her first day in Shimizu port, gathering information from sources Rikimaru would never think to access. The women who worked the bathhouses, the servants who moved through merchant households like water through stone, the elderly shrine maiden who tended the small Inari shrine at the port's edge. Women talked to women in ways they never talked to men, and Ayame had cultivated an appearance of harmless femininity that made confidences flow like sake at a festival. The pattern she'd uncovered was consistent and chilling. Each missing woman had gone to the monastery seeking something: blessings for a marriage, prayers for a sick parent, consultation with the monks about spiritual matters. Each had been accompanied part of the way by friends or family, but had insisted on approaching the monastery gates alone, seeking privacy for their devotions. None had returned. The local magistrate, when Ayame had approached him disguised as a concerned merchant's sister, had been dismissive to the point of hostility. "Girls are foolish creatures," he'd said, not even looking up from his paperwork. "They develop romantic notions, run off with unsuitable men. The monastery is blameless. Abbot Yokai is a man of impeccable virtue." The words had the hollow ring of script, rehearsed and repeated. Now, As twilight painted the sky in shades of blood and ash, Ayame studied the monastery from her concealed position in the tree line. The walls were 10 feet high, topped with tiles that would ring like bells if disturbed. 2 gates, main and service, both currently closed. Guards visible at both entrances, unusual for a religious institution. She waited until full darkness, then made her approach. Not toward the gates, but toward the cliff face at the monastery's eastern edge. The monks would expect visitors at the gates, expect thieves to scale the walls, but they likely wouldn't expect someone to climb up from the ocean itself. Ayame descended the cliff face with the care of a spider on its web, her fingers finding holds in the rock that seemed barely sufficient, but bore her weight perfectly. Waves crashed against the stone 60 feet below, their sound covering any small noises she might make. At the halfway point, she paused to catch her breath and study the monastery's eastern wall from this new angle. There, a drainage culvert emerging from the monastery grounds, probably carrying wastewater and rain runoff. It was barred with iron, but the bars showed rust from constant salt spray. Ayame resumed her descent, angling toward the culvert. The bars required 5 minutes of patient work with the small file she carried, weakening the corroded metal until it could be bent away. The gap was barely adequate, but she was able to pass through. The culvert reeked of stagnant water and waste, but Ayame had known worse. She emerged in a small courtyard garden, surrounded by walls on 3 sides and open to the night sky above. Moss-covered stone, a small fountain, the twisted shapes of carefully maintained bonsai. Beautiful, peaceful, wrong. The wrongness was in the details, the way the fountain's water didn't quite catch the light properly, the way the shadows in the corners seemed too dark, too absolute, and underneath the scent of incense and herbs, that same faint odor she'd detected at the harbor. Salt, blood, and something chemical. Ayame moved through the monastery like smoke, utilizing every shadow, every architectural detail that could conceal her presence. The main hall lay ahead, its doors open to reveal the golden statue of Buddha within, serene and knowing. But her goal was the secondary buildings, the monks' quarters, the storage halls, anywhere people might be kept. She found the first piece of evidence in a storage hall near the kitchen, fabric scraps that matched the description of a kimono worn by one of the missing women. Just scraps, torn and discarded among bags of rice and pickled vegetables, as if someone had needed to dispose of clothes in a hurry and hadn't been thorough. The second piece was more damning. A small room in the monks' quarters that had been modified with a lock on the outside of the door. Ayame's picks made quick work of it, revealing a cell-like space, perhaps 8 feet square. Empty now, but the walls showed scratches at hand height, and in the corner lay a broken hairpin, expensive, decorated with the crescent moon symbol of the Fujiwara merchant clan. The third daughter of that house had been missing for 6 weeks. Ayame committed the evidence to memory, preparing to continue her search, when voices echoed from the corridor outside. She moved instantly, pressing herself into an alcove as 2 figures passed, monks by their robes, but carrying themselves with the awareness of guards rather than the contemplation of holy men. Should arrive within the hour, one was saying. Shichiro's men will bring the latest shipment to the usual entry point. Good. The master grows impatient, says we've been too cautious, moving too slowly, but I say better cautious than discovered. The Azuma clan suspects nothing. Lord Goda is powerful but not omniscient, and even if he sends investigators, who would believe accusations against Abbot Shinzen? The man is a living saint, according to every merchant and official in the province. They moved on, their voices fading into the monastery's depths. Ayami waited, processing what she'd heard. A shipment arriving tonight, and a master who directed operations from somewhere within these holy walls. She needed to find where they were keeping the women, the ones still alive, if any remained. And she needed to locate this master, this puppet master who'd turned a monastery into a hunting ground. The bell tower, she decided. High vantage point, strategic location, likely to contain either observation posts or places of imprisonment. She made her way through the monastery's interconnected buildings, using the covered walkways when stealth demanded and the rooftops when speed was required. The tower rose 4 stories, its walls stone rather than wood. Climbing it would be challenging, but Ayami's grappling hook was light and true. She cast it upward, felt the hook's catch on the tower's decorative cornices, and began her ascent. 3 stories up, she paused at a window. The room beyond was lit by oil lamps, revealing a scene that made her blood freeze. 4 women, all young, all alive, but bound and gagged. They sat against the far wall, their eyes wide with fear and exhaustion. One of them, she recognized from the description given by the bathhouse workers, the eldest daughter of the Watanabe house, missing for 3 months. But more disturbing was what else occupied the room. Large ceramic jars, unmarked, sealed with wax, and a work table bearing tools that had no place in a religious institution. Surgical implements, vials of dark liquid, and papers covered in notes written in a hand both precise and somehow obscene. The door opened, and a figure entered wearing monk's robes, but moving with an authority that transcended religious hierarchy. He was tall, his shaven head marked with a scar that ran from temple to jaw. When he smiled at the captive women, the expression contained no warmth, no humanity, only the satisfaction of a craftsman reviewing his materials. "Soon now," he said, his voice cultured and gentle in a way that made Ayame's skin crawl. "The master arrives tonight to complete the transformation. You should be honored. You'll become part of something far greater than your small lives ever promised." One of the women sobbed behind her gag. The scarred monk's smile widened. "Fear is natural, but unnecessary. You won't remember any of this soon. The elixirs we've developed are quite effective at erasing memory, reshaping personality. You'll wake as different people, ready to serve the hollow lanterns in ways your old selves never could have imagined." Ayame had heard enough. She needed to act, but 4 hostages and an unknown number of enemies required more than direct assault. She needed to reach Rikimaru, coordinate their efforts. The monastery and the harbor weren't separate problems. They were 2 halves of a single, monstrous operation. She was preparing to descend when the alarm bells began to ring throughout the monastery compound. Not the gentle bells that called to prayer, but harsh warning bells that spoke of invasion and danger. Below, in the courtyard, She saw monks streaming from buildings, too many of them, too well armed, and at their center, being dragged by 4 men, she glimpsed a figure in dark shinobi garb. Rikimaru. The monk they called yokai stood in the monastery's main hall, flanked by perhaps 20 of his followers, only half of them actual monks, the rest clearly mercenaries dressed in borrowed robes. At his feet, Rikimaru knelt with his hands bound behind his back, blood trickling from a cut above his right eye. 3 guards stood over him, their weapons drawn. Yokai studied the captured ninja with detached interest. So you're what Lord Goda considers his finest weapon. I confess, I expected more. Rikimaru said nothing, his face impassive despite the pain. He'd been betrayed by circumstance and numbers. The rooftop fight at the harbour had been a delaying tactic, giving time for reinforcements to arrive. He'd fought well, dropping 2 of his attackers, but the 3rd had used a blowgun with poisoned darts. Not enough to kill, but enough to slow him. When the harbour guards had arrived, resistance had become impossible. They'd brought him here, to the monastery, as if delivering cargo, which, Rikimaru supposed, was exactly what he'd become. Another body to be processed through whatever dark machinery the hollow lanterns had constructed in this false sanctuary. Nothing to say. Yokai smiled, the expression transforming his face into something predatory. How disappointing. I was led to believe the Azuma ninja were legendary for their honor, their dedication, their purity of purpose. Yet here you kneel, silent and defeated. I'm not defeated, Rikimaru said quietly. Just patient. Yokai's laugh echoed through the hall. Patient for what? Rescue? Your companion is busy investigating the harbour. By the time Lord Goda realizes both his assassins have disappeared, we'll have relocated the operation. This monastery has served its purpose. It's time to abandon the shell and find new sanctuary. Like the harbour master did? Rikimaru met Yokai's eyes steadily. He mentioned threats and promises, coercion. But you chose this path, corrupted your vows, your position, everything you were supposed to represent. For the first time, Yokai's smile faltered. You know nothing of my vows, nothing of what I was promised by those who sent me to lead this temple. Serve with humility, they said. Find enlightenment through poverty and prayer. But enlightenment doesn't feed you, doesn't clothe you, doesn't give you power over anything except your own suffering. So you traded holy sanctuary for coin and corruption. I traded illusion for reality. Yokai's composure cracked, revealing the bitterness beneath. The monastery was already hollow when I arrived. Prayers spoken to deaf heavens, ceremonies performed for people who believed their offerings would buy spiritual fortune. I simply recognized the truth, that places like this are theaters, and the only question is what performance you stage. And the women you've taken? Rikimaru's voice remained calm, but something cold had entered it. What role do they play in your theater? Necessary components. Yokai's control returned, his voice becoming clinical. The hollow lanterns require individuals who can move through society without suspicion, servants, companions, even wives. But finding loyalty is difficult, so we create it. My research has progressed significantly. Within weeks, we can transform a strong-willed daughter of a merchant house into a perfectly compliant agent. The elixirs erase resistance, the conditioning rebuilds identity. It's quite elegant, really. Rikimaru absorbed this, his mind working through implications even as his body worked silently against his bonds. The rope was well tied, but the guards had made one mistake. They'd bound him with his hands behind his back and then forced him to kneel, which changed the angle of his shoulders and created slight slack in the loops. Not much, but possibly enough. "You won't escape," Yokai said, watching Rikimaru's minute movements with the attention of someone who'd observed many captives in similar positions. "Those knots were tied by men who've restrained far more dangerous prisoners than you. But please, continue trying. It amuses me to watch the legendary Azuma struggle like a common criminal." "Where's the master?" Rikimaru asked, changing tactics. "This operation is too sophisticated for you alone. Someone directs the hollow lanterns, coordinates between harbor and monastery. Someone who knows Lord Goda's household well enough to anticipate his moves." Yokai's expression became guarded. "Information you don't need. In a few hours, you'll be beyond caring about such matters. The elixirs won't work on me." "No," Yokai agreed, almost sadly. "Your training, your mental discipline, it would take months to break you properly, and we don't have months. So you'll simply disappear, like the others who proved resistant. The ocean is very deep, and weighted bodies stay down a remarkably long time." Movement flickered in the shadows of the hall's upper gallery, so brief that Rikimaru almost doubted he'd seen it, but his training recognized the specific type of motion: controlled, purposeful, ninja. Ayame. He kept his expression neutral, but began speaking, drawing Yokai's attention and that of the guards. "Lord Goda will discover the truth. If not through us, then through the merchant houses when their daughters start returning as strangers. You can't condition away all traces of original personality. Something will slip through, some memory or habit that doesn't match your constructed identity." "An excellent observation," Yokai said. "Which is why we place our agents in households far from their origins. A girl from the eastern provinces is sent west, one from the coast is sent inland. Geography becomes a buffer against recognition, and should someone suspect, well, accidents happen. Falls from balconies, mysterious illnesses. The hollow lanterns have resources throughout Lord Goda's territory." More movement in the shadows, closer now. Ayame was positioning herself, choosing angles of attack. Rikimaru needed to create an opening, a moment of distraction sufficient for her to strike. "Resources," Rikimaru said, letting skepticism enter his voice. "Fancy words for a handful of corrupted monks and hired thugs. You're not an organization. You're criminals playing at conspiracy." Yokai's face darkened. "We are the future of this province. While Lord Goda plays at nobility, concerned with honor and tradition, we're building a network that will control trade, governance, even the flow of information itself. Within 5 years, the hollow lanterns will be invisible, but omnipresent. Servants in every wealthy household, clerks in every magistrate's office, agents in positions no one thinks to guard against." "Hollow indeed," Rikimaru said. empty of purpose beyond power for its own sake. Purpose is what we create, and you will serve as a lesson. Yokai stopped abruptly as a sound reached them from deeper in the monastery, shouting, the clash of steel, and then something more ominous, screams. One of the guards sprinted to the hall's entrance, looked out, and turned back with panic in his eyes. The hostages! Someone's freed them. What? Yokai spun toward the entrance. That's impossible. The tower room is... He never finished the sentence. 3 shuriken flew from the gallery shadows, striking 2 guards in the throat and the 3rd in the eye. They dropped with barely a sound, their weapons clattering on the hall's wooden floor. Ayame descended from the gallery, landing between Rikimaru and Yokai with her dual blades already drawn. In the lamplight, her face was serene as carved jade, but her eyes promised death. "Hello, Abbot," she said, the title twisted into mockery. "Let's discuss your disfellowship." Yokai stumbled backward, then recovered his composure with visible effort. "Kill them both," he shouted to his remaining followers. 1,000 silver pieces to whoever brings me their heads. The hall erupted into chaos. Monks and mercenaries surged forward from all sides, weapons drawn, swords, spears, even improvised clubs torn from wall hangings. Ayame moved like water, her knives finding throats and hearts with surgical precision. She carved a path toward Rikimaru, dropping 3 attackers in as many seconds. She reached him, cut his bonds with a single slash, and pressed a smoke bomb into his hand. The women are free and escaping through the drainage culvert. But there are at least 40 enemies in the compound. Then we reduce that number. Rikimaru rolled forward, scooping up a fallen guard's sword. Not Izayoi. They'd taken his blade, but functional. He parried a descending strike and riposted, his blade finding the gap between the attacker's ribs. They fought back to back, a partnership forged through years of training together under Master Shiunsai. Rikimaru's style was direct and powerful, each strike delivered with finality. Ayame's was fluid and deceptive, her movements creating openings that seemed impossible. Together, they were devastating. But Yokai had vanished during the initial chaos, retreating deeper into the monastery. And still, enemies poured in from side corridors and adjoining rooms, more than should have been present in a simple monastery, suggesting this was a major stronghold of the Hollow Lanterns. "The bell tower," Ayame said between strikes. "Yokai will go there. It's defensible and has an escape route to the cliffs. I saw rope coils near the top. Then we follow." Rikimaru disarmed an opponent with a twist of his borrowed blade, then struck the man unconscious with the pommel. But first, he launched the smoke bomb into the center of the attacking mass. Grey smoke billowed outward, filling the hall with choking clouds. In the confusion, Rikimaru and Ayame sprinted for the side exit, moving low beneath the smoke layer where visibility remained marginal but functional. They burst into the night air, the monastery's gardens stretching before them in moonlit stillness. The bell tower rose ahead, its silhouette sharp against the star-filled sky, and climbing its exterior wall like a spider, already halfway to the top. Yokai. "Grappling hook," Ayame said, already uncoiling her rope. "Mine's gone. They took all my equipment." Then hold on. She cast her hook upward, the steel prongs catching on the tower's third-story balcony. And don't slow me down. Rikimaru grabbed the rope below her grip, and they ascended together, their combined weight testing the rope's strength, but their momentum carrying them upward faster than a single climber could have managed. Below, shouts echoed as the monastery's defenders organized pursuit. They reached the balcony as yokai disappeared through the tower's top-floor entrance. Ayame retrieved her hook and cast it again, this time reaching the roof itself. They climbed the final section to find yokai standing at the tower's edge, rope already secured to a stone gargoyle. But he wasn't alone. Another figure stood in the tower's shadow, face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat and a cloak that seemed to drink starlight. When this figure spoke, the voice was cultured, educated, and terribly familiar. Impressive, Azuma. You've exceeded expectations. But this is where your investigation ends. The figure stepped into the moonlight, removing the hat to reveal features that sent cold realization through both ninja. Lord Tanaka, one of Lord Goda's senior advisors, a man who'd served the clan for 15 years with apparent loyalty and dedication. You, Rikimaru said, his voice flat with controlled fury. Me, Lord Tanaka agreed, smiling. Did you truly think the hollow lanterns could operate so extensively in Lord Goda's territory without someone in his inner circle providing protection? I know his plans before he makes them, his suspicions before he voices them. When he sent you to investigate Shimizu Port, I knew within hours. Everything you've discovered, I allowed you to discover. Why? Ayame's voice was quiet, but her knives were steady in her hands. Why does anyone do anything? Power, wealth, the certainty that this old order of lords and oaths is dying, replaced by a new order of commerce and control. The hollow lanterns aren't destroying Lord Goda's territory. We're simply taking ownership of its real value. And soon, we'll own not just territories, but the very mechanisms of governance itself. You'll never reach Lord Goda's estate alive, Rikimaru said. We'll send word. With what proof? Lord Tanaka spread his hands. The word of 2 ninja against a respected advisor? Even if Lord Goda believes you, which he might, he can't move against me without evidence. And all evidence you might have gathered was in the harbour master's office, which has burned quite thoroughly in the last hour. An unfortunate accident, very tragic. He produced a small vial of dark liquid from his cloak. This is what Yokai's research produced after 3 years of refinement. A single drop, and memory becomes malleable. 3 drops, and identity itself can be rewritten. I could offer you a choice. Join the hollow lanterns, or die. But we both know what you'd choose. So we die, Ayame said. Lord Tanaka's expression hardened. Yokai, kill them. I'll retrieve Izayoi from storage. A legendary blade deserves a worthy new owner. He turned toward the tower's interior entrance, but Rikimaru was already moving. The borrowed sword left his hand, spinning through the air like a thrown dagger. Lord Tanaka dodged, fast for a courtier, but the blade caught him across the ribs. A shallow cut, but enough to draw blood and destroy his illusion of control. You'll die for that, Lord Tanaka hissed. Yes, Rikimaru agreed, but not before you do. Yokai attacked then, his monk's robes falling away to reveal the armored form beneath. He wielded a nodachi, an extra-long sword, with practiced skill, the blade humming through the air in strikes that would have bisected a normal opponent. But Ayame was already inside his guard, her knives seeking the gaps in his armor. Lord Tanaka drew his own sword and engaged Rikimaru. The advisor was skilled, trained in the formal schools of swordsmanship that emphasized honor and form. But Rikimaru had been trained to kill, not to impress, and his empty-handed techniques, nerve strikes, joint locks, throws, made a mockery of Lord Tanaka's elegant blade work. The tower roof became a whirling dance of violence. Ayame and Yokai moved like opposing elements, her fluid precision against his powerful strikes. Rikimaru and Lord Tanaka circled, the advisor's confidence eroding with each exchange as he realized his opponent was simply faster, stronger, and vastly more experienced. Below, the monastery burned. Someone, perhaps one of Ayame's freed hostages, perhaps a fallen lamp, had started a fire that was spreading through the wooden structures. Smoke rose into the night sky, a signal that would be visible from the port, perhaps even from the next province. "It's over," Rikimaru said to Lord Tanaka. "Even if you kill us, the fire will bring investigators. Your sanctuary is compromised." "There are other sanctuaries." Lord Tanaka lunged, his sword aimed at Rikimaru's heart. But he sidestepped with minimal motion, caught the blade in a cloth he'd torn from his own guy, and twisted. The sword flew from Lord Tanaka's grip, spinning off the tower roof into the darkness below. "Now," Rikimaru said, his hands closing on Lord Tanaka's throat. "You'll tell me everything. Every Hollow Lantern agent, every contact, every piece of your network, or you'll fall a very long way." Lord Tanaka clawed at Rikimaru's hands, then went still as understanding replaced panic in his eyes. "You're not going to kill me." "No," Rikimaru agreed. "I'm going to deliver you to Lord Goda for questioning. Your honor, your reputation, your position, all of it gone. You'll spend whatever remains of your life in a cell, forgotten and powerless. That's worse than death." "Yes," Rikimaru said. "I know." Meanwhile, Ayame had driven Yokai to the tower's edge. The fallen monk bled from a dozen shallow cuts, his armor pierced in multiple locations. His nodachi hung heavy in tired hands, and his breathing came in ragged gasps. "This isn't over," he panted. "The Hollow Lanterns span 5 provinces. You've cut off one finger, but the hand remains." "Then we'll find the hand," Ayame said, "and cut it off at the wrist." Yokai looked at her, then at the burning monastery below, then at Lord Tanaka in Rikimaru's grip. Something shifted in his expression. Defeat, acceptance perhaps, or merely exhaustion. "The documents," he said quietly. "In my chambers. Names, locations, protocols, if you're truly dedicated to destroying us." He smiled, and the expression was almost peaceful. "Maybe you deserve the chance." Then Yokai stepped backward off the tower, his body falling like a stone into the darkness. Ayame lunged forward, but he was already gone, his form swallowed by the cliff's shadows and the churning waves below. She stood at the tower's edge for a long moment, then turned back to Rikimaru. "We need to secure Lord Tanaka and search for those documents before this entire structure collapses." They bound the advisor with Ayame's rope, then descended into the burning tower. The fire was consuming the lower levels, but Yokai's chambers were stone-walled and still accessible. Inside, they found what he'd promised: a chest containing ledgers, correspondence, and maps that detailed an organization far larger than either had suspected. The Hollow Lanterns had agents in 6 provinces, not 5. Their network included not just corrupted officials, but also merchants, magistrates, even a minor daimyo in the northern territories. It was a conspiracy vast enough to threaten the entire regional order. Lord Goda needs to see this immediately, Rikimaru said, gathering the documents. And he needs to send word to the shogun. This is beyond clan politics. They emerged from the burning monastery as dawn broke over the sea, turning the waves gold and red. The freed hostages had already fled down the coastal path, guided by instructions Ayame had given them. Lord Tanaka, bound and defeated, stumbled between his captors with the dull eyes of a man whose world had irrevocably ended. At the base of the cliff, they found horses, the monastery's stable, now abandoned. They rode toward Goda's estate with the dawn at their backs and hope in their eyes. Lord Goda read the documents in silence, his face growing progressively more grave. When he finally looked up, his eyes held a weight that seemed to age him a decade in an instant. 6 provinces, he said quietly, including 2 of my most trusted allies. This will shake the foundation of every alliance in the region. Truth often does, Rikimaru said. He'd recovered Izayoi from the monastery's ruins, and the blade now rested at his side, cleaned of blood, but still carrying the memory of battle. The women will recover, Lord Goda asked Ayame. Physically, yes. Mentally, she hesitated. The elixirs caused damage. Memory loss, personality changes. Some may never fully return to themselves, but at least they're alive and safe. Small mercies. Lord Goda set the documents aside. You've done well, both of you. Better than I dared hope. Because of your actions, we've pulled corruption out by the roots, or one set of roots, at least. My lord? Ayame caught the implication in his tone. Lord Goda stood and walked to his window, looking out over gardens that seemed very small in the context of their discoveries. Lord Tanaka has confessed to everything under questioning, and in his confession he mentioned something troubling. The Hollow Lanterns have another name, used only among their highest members. They call themselves the Shadow Court, a mirror to the actual government, operating in the spaces between law and chaos. A court implies a ruler, Rikimaru said. Yes, Lord Tanaka never met this ruler directly, only received instructions through dead drops and coded messages. But the symbol accompanying these messages, Lord Goda turned back to face them. It wasn't just a hollow lantern. It was a hollow lantern suspended above a throne. The implications settled over the room like fresh snow, beautiful and cold. Someone within the actual court, Ayame said. Someone high enough to coordinate across multiple provinces. That's my fear. And if I'm right, then what you've discovered isn't a conspiracy. It's just the visible edge of something far larger and more dangerous. Lord Goda met their eyes, and in his gaze was the certainty of a man who'd glimpsed the abyss. The hollow lanterns may be broken here in Shimizu port, but elsewhere, in other port towns and trading posts, in other monasteries and government offices, they continue their work, building their shadow court, one corrupted sanctuary at a time. Then we find them, Rikimaru said simply. We hunt down every hollow lantern until the darkness has nowhere left to hide. A long hunt, Lord Goda warned, possibly a lifetime's work. Then we begin immediately, Ayame said, before they rebuild what we've torn down. Lord Goda nodded slowly. Very well. I'll petition the shogun for authority to investigate beyond my clan's borders. In the meantime, you'll have my full resources. Hunt well, my Azuma. And remember, the greatest dangers often hide in the places we think are safest. As they left Lord Goda's chambers, walking through corridors now touched by dawn's light, Rikimaru spoke quietly. False sanctuaries. That's what this was about from the beginning. The harbor that should ensure prosperity, the temple that should provide refuge. Both turned into traps. The world is full of hollow lanterns, Ayame agreed. Places that promise light but contain only emptiness. Our duty is to expose them before others stumble into the dark. They reached the courtyard where their paths would diverge, she to rest and prepare for the next mission, he to begin cataloguing the intelligence they'd recovered. But before separating, they paused, two shadows in the growing light. We work well together, Rikimaru said. We always have. Ayame smiled, the expression transforming her face. Like two halves of a blade. Then let's remain sharp. Something tells me we'll need every edge we possess. They went their separate ways then, each carrying the knowledge that what they'd discovered at Shimizu port was merely the beginning. Somewhere, in some privileged hall or hidden chamber, the true master of the hollow lanterns sat upon a shadowed throne, already planning their next move in a game that spanned provinces and perhaps nations. The hunt had begun, and in the world of the Azuma ninja, hunts started in shadows and ended in blood. Blood pooled beneath the body of Lord Goda's chief advisor, Masanobu, spreading across the tatami mats like spilled ink. The full moon cast long shadows through the open window, illuminating the corpse in pale light. His throat had been cut with surgical precision, a single stroke that had nearly severed his head. Guard Captain Tadao rushed into the chamber, drawn by the wet gurgling that had momentarily broken the night's silence. He froze at the doorway, his eyes widening at the scene before him. Movement by the window caught his attention. A figure perched on the sill, silhouetted against the moon. The assassin wore shinobi attire, his silver-white hair visible even in the dim light. A bloodied blade glinted in his hand. "Don't move, assassin," Tadao shouted, drawing his sword. The assassin turned slightly, his single visible eye reflecting moonlight like a wolf's. Then he was gone, leaping from the window into the darkness below. Tadao rushed forward, leaning out just in time to see the assassin land in a courtyard 4 stories below, rolling to absorb the impact before sprinting toward the outer wall. "Sound the alarm!" he bellowed to the guards below. Rikimaru of the Azuma has murdered Lord Masanobu. This is absurd, Ayami said, her voice low but sharp as she knelt beside Rikimaru in Lord Goda's private chamber. We would never betray you, my lord. The young lord of the Goda province sat rigidly before them, his face a mask of controlled turmoil. Dark circles beneath his eyes betrayed his sleepless night. 4 guards stood at attention behind him, hands resting on sword hilts. 3 of my advisors murdered in as many weeks, Lord Goda said, his voice strained. Each killing bearing the mark of the Azuma clan. Captain Tadao himself saw Rikimaru fleeing the scene last night, while a witness to Sekia's murder has come forward claiming he was killed by a kunoichi. His gaze hardened, sweeping between the duo. Rikimaru maintained his composure, eyes fixed on the floor before him. My lord, I was monitoring the border near Kawagwe last night. The Isaku clan has been unusually active, and I was gathering intelligence in the port town, Ayame added. Lord Goda waved dismissively. And who would vouch for shadows who pride themselves on never being seen? He sighed heavily. I have always trusted the Azuma with my life. My father trusted your master before you. Yet the evidence against you mounts with each killing. Rikimaru finally raised his eyes. My lord, someone is clearly attempting to frame us. Grant us 3 days to uncover the truth. Lord Goda's jaw tightened. The council is demanding your immediate arrest. Lords from neighboring provinces whisper that I have lost control of my own assassins. He lowered his voice. You have until sunrise tomorrow to bring me proof of your innocence, or I must yield to the council's demands. 1 day is not enough time, Ayami protested. It must be, Lord Goda replied. The 4th and final member of my council, Lord Takahashi, must be protected. I've moved him to the sanctuary at Mount Kurama with my best guards. He looked between them, conflict evident in his eyes. If you are innocent as you claim, find me proof before dawn. If you fail, or if Takahashi dies, I will have no choice but to order your execution. As they rose to leave, Lord Goda spoke once more. Rikimaru, Ayame, I pray to the gods that my faith in you is not misplaced. Outside the castle walls, the 2 ninjas disappeared into the shadows of a narrow alley. We're being hunted by our own allies, Ayame said, checking her twin blades. This is someone's very elaborate game. Rikimaru nodded, his expression grim. We separate. Cover more ground. I'll investigate Masanobu's murder scene while the evidence is fresh. I'll work my contacts in the town, Ayame said. Someone must have seen something unusual. The shadow arts leave traces that ordinary eyes miss. But my informants are far from ordinary. Rikimaru gripped her shoulder briefly. Be vigilant. Whoever is behind this knows our methods, our strengths, and our weaknesses, Ayame finished. Stay alive, brother. I'd hate to have to avenge you. A ghost of a smile crossed Rikimaru's face. Likewise. Then he was gone, scaling the castle wall without a sound, leaving Ayami to disappear into the bustling morning crowds of the town below. Rikimaru moved through the castle like a phantom, evading patrols with ease. The guards were alert but predictable, their patterns unchanged despite the recent murders. a fatal flaw in their security, one that someone else had clearly exploited. Masanobu's chambers remained undisturbed, sealed by Lord Goda's orders for investigation. Blood had dried to a rusty brown on the tatami, the metallic scent still hanging in the air. He knelt beside the large stain, examining it without touching. The cut had been clean, a single stroke with a sharp blade. But something was wrong. The blood pattern showed minute spattering inconsistent with a simple throat slash. Rikimaru narrowed his eyes. The killer had extracted something from the body after death. A soft footfall in the corridor outside sent Rikimaru into the shadows behind a screen. The door slid open to reveal Captain Tadao, accompanied by an older man in the robes of a court physician. "See for yourself, Hisoka," Tadao said, "just as I described." The physician knelt gingerly beside the bloodstain, careful not to touch it. "And you're certain it was Rikimaru? White hair, grey stealth suit, that distinctive blade of his. The izayoi glints like no other weapon I've seen." Rikimaru's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. The izayoi was unique, a blade forged to slay demons, but he'd never drawn it near Masanobu. "The council is meeting now to demand their arrest," Tadao continued. "Lord Goda can't protect them much longer." "And what of the marks?" the physician asked. Tadao lowered his voice. 3 advisors, 3 marks carved into their flesh. Lord Goda has forbidden discussion of it. Rikimaru's jaw tightened. This was new information. Marks carved into the victims. He needed to see the bodies. The morgue attendant reported something unusual, the physician said hesitantly. A residue on the wounds. A black crystalline substance. Poison? No. The physician looked troubled. Something else. I've sent samples to the monastery scholars. As they left, he emerged from hiding. This changed everything. He moved to the window where he had supposedly escaped. No rope marks on the sill, no scuffing where a grappling hook might have caught. Whoever, or whatever, had killed Masanobu had made a clean 4-story drop without assistance. The castle bells began to toll, signaling the changing of the guard. Rikimaru slipped out the window, but instead of dropping to the courtyard, he climbed upward toward the roof. The castle morgue was in the east wing, and he needed to see those bodies before sunset. As he climbed, a sudden chill washed over him, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. He froze, scanning the rooftops. Nothing moved against the afternoon sky, yet the sensation persisted. Whatever was hunting them knew he was here. Ayami slipped through the crowded marketplace, her usual attire replaced by a simple peasant's kimono. Her hair was bound up, a plain cloth concealing her distinctive style. Only her eyes remained unchanged, sharp, observant, missing nothing. She paused at a tea vendor's stall, purchasing a steaming cup with a few copper coins. The old woman serving her nodded almost imperceptibly, sliding a folded paper beneath the cup. "Strange times," the old woman murmured. "The shadows have shadows these days." Ayame took the tea and moved on, finding a quiet corner where she could read the note. It contained only an address and a time. The abandoned bathhouse at sunset. 3 hours to kill. She made her way toward the docks, where her second informant worked loading cargo. The port town buzzed with unusual activity. Too many samurai from neighboring provinces, too many strangers with concealed weapons. "Looking for work, pretty one?" a gruff voice called out. A burly dock worker grinned at her, revealing several missing teeth. "I'm looking for Toru," she replied quietly. The man's expression changed subtly. "Haven't seen him in 2 days. Supposed to work the Nagasaki shipment. Never showed." Ayame felt a chill. Toru had been her most reliable informant for years. Any idea where he might be? The dock worker glanced around nervously. There have been disappearances. Street folk, beggars, the occasional drunk no one would miss. Toru was asking questions about it. He leaned closer. The night before he vanished, he mentioned seeing foreigners meeting with men bearing the Isaku clan crest. The Isaku, the same clan Rikimaru had been monitoring. Lord Goda's most persistent rival, ruled by Lord Hiroaki Isaku, a man rumored to dabble in foreign mysticism and forbidden arts. When exactly was this meeting? 3 nights ago, the same night Lord Goda's second advisor was found with his throat cut. The man straightened as a port official walked past. "That's all I know. Best you forget Toru and watch your own neck." Ayame moved on, processing this information. 3 murders, 3 nights when both she and Rikimaru had alibis, albeit ones they couldn't prove. The timing of the Isaku clan's activities couldn't be coincidental. As dusk approached, she made her way to the abandoned bathhouse. The building stood dilapidated at the edge of town, its wooden structure rotting from years of neglect. She entered through a broken window, landing silently in what had once been the changing area. "You're either brave or foolish to come alone," a voice spoke from the shadows. Ayame didn't flinch. "Speak quickly, Kagemi. I'm short on time and patience." A figure emerged from the darkness. A woman with a scarred face, dressed in the plain clothes of a temple servant. The Isaku have recently become a very popular topic of conversation, particularly regarding certain skills only their clan possesses. What skills? Blood magic. Ancient techniques for creating doppelgangers. The informant approached slowly. 3 nights ago, I was tending the shrine near the eastern forest. I saw something unnatural, a ritual being performed in the clearing where the old oak stands. "Who performed this ritual?" Ayame asked. "Men in Isaku colors, led by a figure in a crimson robe." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "They had a prisoner, a kunoichi they'd captured from some minor clan. They did something to her. Her screams became yours. Her face shifted and changed until becoming your mirror image." Ayame's blood went cold. A doppelganger ritual? That's impossible. Such techniques were forbidden centuries ago. Not impossible. Merely forgotten by most. Kagemi pulled something from her sleeve, a small paper charm covered in strange symbols. This was left behind. I recognized some of the markings from the temple archives, blood magic mixed with something foreign, Western symbols. "Where is this doppelganger now?" Ayame demanded. "I don't know, but there's more." Kagemi looked genuinely afraid now. The ritual requires a power source. For each shadow duplicate created, a specific death is needed. Not just any killing, but the extraction of specific organs marked with ritual symbols. The advisors, Ayami whispered. One more is needed to complete whatever they're planning. The final advisor. Lord Takahashi, she breathed. He's being protected at Mount Kurama. Kagemi handed her the charm. They won't need to find him. They already know where he is. The monk who delivered the message about his safe location. I found his body behind the temple this morning. They're moving tonight. Ayame turned to leave, but Kagemi caught her arm. Be careful. These doppelgangers aren't just lookalikes. They possess shadow fragments of your own skills, your techniques, and they cannot be reasoned with. They exist only to complete their purpose, which is to destroy the Azuma clan and everything it protects, Kagemi replied grimly, ending with Lord Goda himself. The castle morgue reeked of death and preservation herbs, the air thick and stifling. Rikimaru moved silently past the elderly attendant who had dozed off at his desk, slipping into the room where the bodies were kept. 3 covered forms lay on stone slabs. He approached the newest, Masanobu's corpse, and carefully pulled back the shroud. The advisor's face was frozen in an expression of surprise, his throat gaping open. But it was the mark on his chest that drew his attention, a complex symbol carved into the flesh over his heart, the edges blackened as if burned. Rikimaru examined the other 2 bodies, finding identical marks in the same location. The symbols were unfamiliar. Not Japanese, not Chinese, but something altogether foreign. Each wound contained traces of black crystalline residue, just as the physician had mentioned. He scraped a small amount of the substance into a cloth pouch, then carefully examined the cut patterns. The technique was familiar, disturbingly so. The precision, the angle of the blade. It mirrored his own killing style, honed through years of assassination work for Lord Goda. A soft noise from outside the storage room alerted him. Rikimaru quickly replaced the shrouds and concealed himself behind a stack of preservation crates. The door opened to admit 2 figures, a castle guard and a robed man he didn't recognize. "Hurry," the guard whispered. "No one can know we've been here." The robed man approached Masanobu's body, pulling back the shroud. He produced a small brush and inkstone, beginning to trace additional lines onto the symbol carved in the advisor's chest. "Is it working?" the guard asked nervously. "The rituals proceed as planned," the robed man replied, his accent strange. "Lord Isaku will be pleased. 3 bindings complete, 1 remaining. And the shadow warriors? Perfect replicas in every way." The man smiled coldly. "The blood magic binds them to our will. The real Azuma ninjas will be executed for treason, and their shadows will serve us thereafter." Rikimaru's hand tightened on his sword. Doppelgangers, created through forbidden blood magic. It explained how he could have been seen killing Masanobu while he was miles away. The robed man finished his work, the modified symbol now glowing with a faint crimson light. "The binding is strengthened. By dawn tomorrow, Lord Takahashi's death will complete the ritual, and the shadow vessels will be permanent." "What about Lord Goda?" the guard asked. "Once his last advisor falls and the Azuma are eliminated, he will be vulnerable. Lord Isaku's forces are already in position to strike." The robed man covered the body. Now we must... He stopped suddenly, his head tilting as if listening. We're not alone. The guard drew his sword. Impossible. I secured the area myself. The robed man raised his hand, muttering words in a language Rikimaru didn't recognize. A pulse of energy spread through the room, rattling the preservation jars and sending a wave of nausea through Rikimaru's body. Azuma, the man hissed. He's here. Rikimaru abandoned stealth, drawing the Izayoi in one fluid motion. The blade hummed faintly as it cut through the air, its edge glowing with a subtle blue light, reacting to the dark magic permeating the room. The guard charged, but Rikimaru sidestepped, delivering a precise strike that sent the man crumpling to the floor. The robed man backed away, drawing symbols in the air that left trailing lines of red light. Your interference changes nothing, he said, his voice distorting unnaturally. The shadows have already been released. Even now, your double approaches Mount Kurama. Rikimaru lunged forward, but the man completed his gesture, and a barrier of crimson energy flared between them. Izayoi struck the barrier, sending sparks cascading across the room. The sword's glow intensified, fighting against the foreign magic. Behind the barrier, the robed man's features began to shift and blur. Lord Isaku has studied your clan for years, Azuma. Your techniques, your weapons, your weaknesses. Did you think shadow binding rituals were unique to Japan? The West has its own versions, cruder perhaps, but effective when combined with Eastern precision. The barrier pulsed, pushing the ninja back in a flash of light. When Rikimaru's sight returned, the robed man was gone, and there was no time for pursuit. He needed to reach Mount Kurama before his doppelganger killed Lord Takahashi. As he escaped through the castle's water drainage system, a disturbing thought formed. If his double possessed his skills and knowledge, how could he hope to defeat what was essentially himself? Night shrouded Mount Kurama as Ayame raced up the winding path toward the sanctuary. The temple complex sat nestled among ancient cedar trees, its walls visible only in glimpses through the thick forest. Normally the climb would take hours, but she moved urgently, using the trees as stepping stones. Something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no sounds of the temple's evening bells. As she neared the outer walls, the smell hit her. Blood, fresh and abundant. She scaled the wall silently, dropping into the courtyard beyond. Bodies of Goda's guards lay scattered across the stone pavement, their throats cut with surgical precision. No signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. They'd never seen their attacker coming. Moving from shadow to shadow, she approached the main temple building. The doors stood partially open, a thin trail of blood leading inside. She drew her twin blades and slipped through the gap. More bodies within, monks this time, cut down while preparing the evening meal. The killing had been methodical, efficient, exactly as she would have done it. A faint sound from deeper in the temple caught her attention, metal scraping against stone. Ayame followed it to the meditation hall, where the shrine to Buddha dominated the far wall. The golden statue gleamed in the dying light, filtering through paper windows. There, kneeling before the shrine, was Lord Takahashi. His back was to her, his head bowed, as if in prayer. Relief washed over her. She wasn't too late. Lord Takahashi, she called softly. We must leave immediately. Your life is in danger. The advisor didn't move. My lord? Ayame stepped closer, suddenly wary. Lord Takahashi's body toppled sideways, revealing the gaping wound in his chest. The ritual symbol had been carved there, just like the others. His vacant eyes stared at nothing, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. He died quickly, if that's any consolation. The voice, her voice, came from behind the Buddha statue. A figure stepped out from the shadows, and Ayame found herself staring at her own face. The doppelganger wore her exact features like an ill-fitting mask. Everything perfect yet subtly wrong. Its movements reflected her own fighting stance, twin blades identical to hers, dripping with fresh blood. "What are you?" Ayame demanded, circling slowly to her right. The creature smiled, mirroring her own confident smirk. "I am superior. Your skills without your weaknesses. Your techniques without your hesitation." It matched her movement perfectly, maintaining the distance between them. "Lord Isaku sends his regards." Ayame attacked, her blades a blur as she executed a complex striking pattern taught to her by Master Shiunsai himself. The doppelganger countered with the same technique, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. "Every move you know," the creature spat, its voice a disturbing echo of her own. "Every technique you've mastered, every secret of the Azuma, all mine now." They exchanged a flurry of blows, neither gaining advantage. Ayame broke away, breathing hard. This was impossible. Fighting herself was like trying to defeat her own shadow. She needed to change tactics. "If you have my memories," Ayame said, "then you know the Azuma code. We serve honor and justice. We protect the innocent." "I have your techniques, not your weakness of spirit," the impostor replied. "The ritual that created me stripped away such useless sentiments." It attacked again, driving her back toward the altar. She deflected a slash aimed at her throat, countering with a kick that her double easily avoided. "The ritual requires 4 deaths," Ayame said, remembering Kagami's words. 4 advisors to bind 4 shadows, but there are only 2 of us, you and your Rikimaru." The doppelganger hesitated for a fraction of a second, enough for Ayame to spot an opening. She drove one blade forward, scoring a shallow cut across the creature's ribs. It hissed in pain, black fluid seeping from the wound. "What makes you think there are only 2? It snarled, launching a renewed assault. This time, it used techniques Ayame had never seen, combinations of her style with movements that seemed to defy natural human limits. Its blades became almost invisible, cutting through her defenses to slice her arm and shoulder. Staggering back, Ayame realized the truth. The doppelganger wasn't limited to copying her. It was evolving, improving upon her techniques with each exchange. The creature sensed her realization and smiled. "The ritual will be complete when the sun rises. Lord Goda will die by Rikimaru's hand, or rather, by his shadow's hand, and both of you will be executed for treason." Ayame noticed something as the impostor spoke. The wound she'd inflicted was not healing, the black fluid continuing to seep. The creature was powerful but not invulnerable. She feigned a stumble, allowing the doppelganger to press its advantage. As it lunged for the killing blow, Ayame dropped completely to the floor, rolling beneath its guard and coming up behind it. Before it could turn, she slashed at the back of its knees, severing tendons. The creature shrieked, a sound no human throat could make, and collapsed. Ayami didn't hesitate, driving both blades into its back where the heart would be. The imposter convulsed, its body twisting unnaturally. Its face began to shift and melt, features running like wax as it lost cohesion. The black fluid spread across the floor, hissing where it touched stone. "This changes nothing," it gasped, its voice distorting. "The others still hunt. The ritual advances. Lord Isaku has opened doors that cannot be closed." Ayami watched grimly as the creature dissolved into a puddle of black ichor, leaving only her twin blades behind. She retrieved them, wiping the corrosive fluid on a dead monk's robe. Lord Takahashi was beyond saving, the ritual mark on his chest now glowing with the same crimson light Kagemi had described. Whatever magic the Isaku clan had invoked, it was nearing completion. She searched the advisor's body, finding a scroll tucked into his robes, orders from Lord Goda detailing security arrangements, and a meeting set for dawn. If the doppelgangers planned to strike at Goda himself, that would be the moment. Dawn was only a few hours away. Ayame pocketed the scroll and set out for the castle, hoping Rikimaru had discovered similar truths. The fate of Lord Goda and the Azuma clan itself hung in the balance. Rikimaru moved through the forest like a ghost, each step silent despite his haste. Mount Kurama loomed ahead, its peak obscured by low clouds that threatened rain. A disturbance in the forest's natural rhythm alerted him. Someone approaching fast, moving with a ninja's skill through the treetops. Rikimaru melted into the shadow of a massive cedar, one hand on the hilt of Izayoi. The figure landed in the clearing ahead, and Rikimaru's breath caught. It was himself, or rather, something wearing his likeness with uncanny precision. The doppelganger carried a blade identical to the Izayoi, its clothing mirroring his own. Even the way it moved, the same measured, efficient steps, was a perfect reflection. But something was wrong. The imposter's clothing was spattered with fresh blood, and it moved with a satisfied, predatory confidence. The creature paused, its head tilting slightly, as if sensing something. "I know you're there. We share the same senses after all." Rikimaru stepped from the shadows, blade drawn. "What are you?" The doppelganger turned, its face, his face, twisting into a smile that Rikimaru himself rarely wore. "I am what Lord Isaku required, a perfect weapon with your skills, but without your inconvenient loyalty to Goda." "You're an abomination," Rikimaru spat. "Created through blood magic and foreign rituals. Created through necessity and vision," the creature corrected. "Lord Isaku understands what you do not, that true power requires sacrifice. The old ways of honor and service are dying. The future belongs to those willing to embrace new knowledge, new magics." Rain began to fall, light droplets that quickly intensified into a downpour. The two figures stood facing each other in the clearing, mirror images in the gathering storm. "Lord Takahashi?" Rikimaru asked, though he already knew the answer. "Completed the ritual with his death." The doppelganger's smile widened. "His heart now powers my permanent existence in this realm, just as the hearts of the other advisors anchor my brethren." "Brethren? Did you think we were limited to merely copying you and the girl?" The creature laughed, Lord Isaku's ambitions are greater. 4 shadow assassins now exist, each bound to his will through the ritual. By dawn, Lord Goda will fall, and the Azuma clan will be held responsible for the destruction of his entire ruling council. Rikimaru attacked without warning, Izayoi singing through the rain. The doppelganger parried with equal speed, their blades meeting in a cascade of sparks. The clash of magic against magic, the real Izayoi against its shadow copy, sent a shockwave through the clearing that bent the surrounding trees. They broke apart, circling each other. Every technique he attempted, his double countered perfectly. Every feint was anticipated, every strike met with an identical defense. You cannot defeat yourself, the creature taunted. I have your lifetime of training without your hesitation or moral constraints. Rikimaru narrowed his eyes, studying the imposter's movements. There was something off, a slight rigidity, a lack of adaptability. It fought exactly as he would, but without the capacity for spontaneous change. He shifted tactics, abandoning the Azuma style entirely. Instead, he attacked with moves learned from observing enemies, crude but unpredictable techniques that no true Azuma ninja would employ. His double faltered momentarily, surprised by the uncharacteristic approach. Rikimaru pressed his advantage, driving the creature back with a barrage of unorthodox strikes. The shadow copy adjusted quickly, but that brief window of confusion confirmed his theory. It could only replicate what it knew, not truly improvise. Lightning split the sky, illuminating their deadly dance. The doppelganger leapt onto a fallen log, its blade weaving complex patterns in the air. Your resistance is futile, it said. Even if you destroy me, the others will complete our mission. Lord Goda dies at dawn. Others? How many of you are there? Rikimaru demanded, circling cautiously. 4 shadows for 4 sacrifices. Perfect symmetry. The creature's eyes gleamed unnaturally in the darkness, each bound to this world through ritual death, each capable of replacing its original. Rikimaru attacked again, this time incorporating techniques he'd observed from Ayame, quick, fluid movements that contrasted with his usual precision strikes. The doppelganger struggled to adapt, its movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. Taking advantage of the confusion, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's chest, sending it crashing into a tree. Before it could recover, he thrust Izayoi forward, impaling his sinister double against the trunk. The creature gasped, black fluid seeping from the wound. Its features began to distort, the perfect copy of Rikimaru's face melting into something inhuman. Kill me if you wish, it hissed, voice warping. The shadow vessels will. Rikimaru twisted the blade, and the doppelganger's words dissolved into an inhuman shriek. Its body convulsed, then collapsed into a puddle of black ichor that sizzled in the rain. He cleaned his blade on wet leaves, his mind racing. 4 shadows for 4 sacrifices. Ayame's double must be among them, but who were the other 2? And if the ritual was already complete, what was planned for dawn? The answer came in a flash of insight. Lord Goda. The shadow assassins would strike at the Lord himself, completing the Isaku clan's coup, and with the Azuma blamed for the murders, there would be no one left to protect Goda. Rikimaru turned toward the castle, Moving with renewed urgency, he needed to find Ayame and save Lord Goda. The storm had intensified by the time Ayame reached the outer walls of Lord Goda's castle. Rain lashed against stone and wood, providing cover for her approach. Guards huddled in sheltered positions, more concerned with staying dry than maintaining vigilance. She scaled the wall at its southwestern corner, dropping silently into the garden beyond. The area was deserted, the usual night patrols having retreated to covered walkways. As she moved toward the main keep, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A grey shape sliding between buildings with familiar grace. "Rikimaru," she whispered, relief washing over her. She signaled to him with a subtle hand gesture used only by the Azuma. He approached cautiously, water streaming from his sodden clothing. "You're alive." "Barely. I encountered my double at Mount Kurama." Her face darkened. "Lord Takahashi is dead. The ritual is complete." "I know. I met my own shadow on the forest path," Rikimaru replied. It spoke of 4 shadows created through 4 sacrifices. "The charm I found mentioned binding rituals," Ayame said. "Each advisor's death anchors a shadow assassin to this world. But if there are 4 shadows, and only 2 of us..." "Lord Isaku has created other vessels," he finished, "possibly copies of other ninjas." A sudden crash from the direction of the barracks interrupted them. Shouts rose above the storm, guards calling for assistance, the clash of steel against steel. "A diversion," Rikimaru said grimly. "Or the beginning of the main assault." Ayame unsheathed her blades. "The shadow assassins will strike at Lord Goda before dawn. We need to reach him first." They moved together through the castle grounds, avoiding the chaos spreading through the barracks. Guards ran past, oblivious to the 2 Azuma ninjas slipping through the shadows beside them. As they neared the main keep, Rikimaru halted suddenly, pulling Ayame into a recessed doorway. "Wait." 2 figures approached the keep from the opposite direction, one wearing the robes of a Goda advisor, the other dressed as a castle guard captain. They moved with unnatural synchronization, their steps too measured, too precise. "The other 2 shadow vessels," Ayame whispered, "disguised as trusted officials to get close to Lord Goda." They watched as the false advisor presented a document to the guards at the keep entrance. After a brief exchange, the guards admitted both figures inside. "They'll have the layout of the castle, the patrol schedules, everything they need," Rikimaru said. "We need to find another way in." Ayame pointed to a narrow window 3 stories up, Lord Goda's private meditation chamber. "There. It's connected to his sleeping quarters by a hidden passage." They scaled the wall with practiced ease, rain making the stones slick beneath their fingers. Rikimaru reached the window first, carefully testing it. Locked from within, as expected. Ayame produced a thin wire tool from her sleeve, sliding it through the narrow gap between wood and frame. With a soft click, the lock disengaged, and they slipped inside. The meditation chamber was dark and still, illuminated only by occasional flashes of lightning. Scrolls and incense burners lined the walls, and a simple mat lay in the center for Lord Goda's morning rituals. Rikimaru moved to the far wall, pressing a hidden panel that slid back to reveal a narrow passage. This leads directly to his sleeping chamber. If we're lucky, we can reach him before. A scream echoed through the passage. A woman's voice raised in alarm, abruptly silenced. "Lady Miku," Ayami said, naming Lord Goda's personal attendant. They rushed through the passage, emerging into Lord Goda's bedchamber. The scene before them froze them momentarily. Lady Miku lay crumpled by the door, a thin line of blood across her throat. Lord Goda stood backed against the far wall, sword drawn, facing the false advisor and guard captain. "Lord Goda," Rikimaru called out. "Those men are imposters." The two shadow vessels turned, their features shifting and melting in the dim light. Where the advisor had stood, a ninja in dark attire now faced them. The guard captain similarly transformed, shedding his disguise to reveal another shadow ninja. "The Azuma arrive as predicted," the first shadow said, its voice hollow and echoing. "Lord Isaku will be pleased." Lord Goda's eyes widened in confusion. "What sorcery is this?" "Blood magic, my lord," Rikimaru explained, Izayoi glowing faintly in his hand. "These creatures are shadow vessels created by the Isaku clan to frame the Azuma for the murders of your advisors. And now to complete our mission," the second shadow said, advancing on Goda. "Your death will cement Lord Isaku's claim to these lands." Ayami moved first, her blades flashing as she intercepted the shadow ninja. Steel met steel in a shower of sparks, the creature matching her speed with unnatural precision. Rikimaru engaged the other shadow, recognizing immediately that this was no ordinary opponent. It fought with techniques from multiple schools, Azuma methods blended with styles from other ninja clans, even some samurai techniques. "These aren't simple copies," he called to Ayame as he parried a vicious slash. "They've been enhanced, given abilities beyond their originals." "Then we'll just have to be more creative than they are," she replied, ducking under her opponent's guard to score a cut across its midsection. Black fluid oozed from the wound, but the shadow showed no sign of pain. Lord Goda, recovering from his shock, moved to join the fight. "I will not die cowering in my chamber." "My lord, stay back," Rikimaru warned. "These creatures feed on death. Your blood would only strengthen them." The shadow facing Rikimaru laughed, a hollow, disturbing sound. "Clever Azuma, but it's already too late." It gestured toward the window, where the first hints of pre-dawn light were visible through the storm clouds. "The ritual concludes at sunrise. Our existence becomes permanent, and Lord Isaku's power multiplies tenfold." Lightning illuminated the chamber, casting grotesque shadows on the walls as the four ninjas fought in deadly silence. The shadow vessels pressed their attack with increasing ferocity, driving them back toward Lord Goda. "We can't defeat them conventionally," Rikimaru said, blocking a strike that would have severed his arm. "The ritual binds them to this world." Ayame's eyes widened in sudden understanding. "Then we need to break the binding." She reached into her sleeve, producing the charm she'd received earlier. "This contains part of the ritual binding. If we can disrupt the pattern..." The shadow she fought hissed in recognition. "The binding charm!" Both assassins abandoned their fights, converging on Ayame with terrifying speed. Rikimaru intercepted one, his blade cleaving through its shoulder in a spray of black ichor, but the second reached Ayame, knocking the charm from her hand. Lord Goda, seeing his opportunity, lunged forward and snatched up the fallen charm. "What must be done with this?" "Destroy it," she urged, fighting desperately to keep the assassins at bay. The one Rikimaru had wounded began to distort, its form becoming unstable. It shrieked in rage and pain, lashing out with inhuman strength that sent Rikimaru crashing into the wall. Lord Goda held the charm toward a nearby oil lamp, but before he could set it aflame, the second shadow broke away from Ayami and charged him. In the confusion, the wounded shadow seized Ayami by the throat, lifting her off the ground with one hand. "Your deaths will complete our ascension," it snarled, its features continuously shifting between human and something monstrous. "We will replace the Azuma as Lord Isaku's personal assassins." Rikimaru struggled to his feet, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Through blurred vision, he saw Lord Goda grappling with one shadow while Ayame fought for breath in the grasp of the other. In that moment, he understood what had to be done. Izayoi wasn't just a weapon. It was a blade forged specifically to combat demons and dark magic. Its edge glowed brighter now, resonating with the unnatural energies permeating the chamber. Gathering his remaining strength, he launched himself across the room, Izayoi held before him like a spear. The blade pierced through the shadow holding Ayame, its mystical edge slicing not just through the creature's physical form, but through the magical binding itself. A sound like tearing fabric filled the air, and the shadow vessel shrieked, its body convulsing as blue fire erupted from the wound. The magical backlash sent everyone staggering, and Ayami dropped to the floor, gasping for breath. The second shadow released Lord Goda, backing away in sudden fear. "Impossible," it spat. "The binding cannot be broken. My sword was forged to banish creatures like you from this world," Rikimaru said, advancing on the remaining shadow. "Return to the darkness that spawned you." Dawn light began to filter through the windows as the storm finally broke. The shadow vessel's form flickered and distorted in the growing illumination, caught between solidifying into permanent existence and being torn apart by the Izayoi's disruption of the ritual. "Lord Isaku will not be denied," it hissed, drawing a concealed weapon, a small glass orb similar to the one the robed man had used in the morgue. "If we cannot have victory, neither shall you." It hurled the orb toward Lord Goda, but Ayame intercepted it, slicing it in mid-air with one of her blades. The orb exploded in a flash of crimson energy. When the light faded, Ayame stood unharmed, but something had changed. The remnants of the orb had coalesced into a glowing symbol hovering in the air, the same mark carved into the advisors' bodies. "The binding seal," Goda whispered. The remaining shadow vessel lunged for the floating symbol, but Rikimaru was faster. His blade cleaved through both the shadow and the seal in a single strike, releasing a shockwave of power that shattered every window in the chamber. The shadow assassin dissolved into nothingness, its final scream fading into the dawn. The binding seal shattered like glass, each fragment burning away to ash before it reached the floor. Silence fell over the chamber, broken only by their ragged breathing. Outside, the first true rays of sunlight broke through the dissipating storm clouds. "It's over," Ayami breathed, sheathing her blades. Lord Goda looked between his two loyal ninjas, his expression grim but grateful. Not quite over. Lord Isaku must answer for this treachery and for the deaths of my advisors. Rikimaru nodded in agreement. The Azuma stand ready to serve justice, my lord. As they always have, Lord Goda acknowledged. I owe you both an apology for doubting your loyalty. There is no need, Rikimaru replied. Doubt is the shadow that makes certainty possible. As guards finally arrived at the chamber door, alerted by the commotion, Ayame glanced at Rikimaru. Their work was far from finished. Lord Isaku remained at large, his fortress well guarded, his dark knowledge still a threat. But for now, dawn had come, and the shadows had retreated. That would have to be enough. Cherry blossoms drifted on the spring breeze, their pale petals spiraling down across the courtyard where Lord Goda stood before his assembled court. The ceremony had drawn nobles from across the province, their colourful silks creating a tapestry of wealth and power beneath the clear blue sky. Rikimaru and Ayame observed from the shadows of a nearby pavilion, positioned where they could survey both the ceremony and any potential threats. Though invited to stand among the honoured guests, they had politely declined. The shadows were their natural domain. 4 new advisors, Ayame murmured, watching as the men knelt before Lord Goda. Each one vetted personally by both of us. Rikimaru nodded, his expression unreadable as always, and each instrumental in tracking down Lord Isaku's network. Lord Goda's voice carried across the courtyard as he addressed the assembly. These 4 men have proven their loyalty, not just through words, but through actions. When Lord Isaku and his foreign conspirators threatened our lands with dark sorcery, they risked their lives to uncover the truth. The first advisor, a battle-scarred veteran who had led the final assault on Isaku's mountain fortress, bowed his head as Lord Goda placed the ceremonial seal of office around his neck. Did you see Isaku's body yourself? Rikimaru asked quietly. Ayame's eyes remained fixed on the ceremony. Yes, committed seppuku in his private chamber as our forces breached the outer walls. His Western allies were captured attempting to flee by sea. A fitting end. He feared Lord Goda's justice, or wished to deny us information, Ayame replied. The ritual scrolls were burned, and the foreign sorcerer was beheaded. We may never know the full extent of their plans. The second and third advisors received their seals, each man solemnly accepting the weight of responsibility that came with them. The crowd murmured appreciatively. These were men of reputation, known for their wisdom and integrity. It's over then, Rikimaru said, though something in his tone suggested doubt. Ayame caught it immediately. You don't believe Isaku is truly dead? Rikimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. A man who mastered the art of creating perfect doppelgangers would be a fool not to create one of himself. The body bore his family crest tattoo. The castle staff confirmed his identity, as did the castle staff who admitted our shadow doubles into Lord Goda's chambers, Rikimaru reminded her. The fourth advisor, youngest of the group, a scholar who had decoded the foreign writing in the ritual scrolls, knelt before Lord Goda. As the final seal was placed around his neck, polite applause rippled through the assembly. If you're right, Ayame said softly, then where is the real Isaku? That Rikimaru replied, is what troubles me. Lord Goda concluded the ceremony with a pledge of prosperity and peace. As the court began to disperse, his eyes briefly met those of his two shadow warriors. A slight nod, acknowledgement of their vigilance, their sacrifice. The shadow vessels are gone, Ayame said, as if reassuring herself. We destroyed the binding ritual. That ritual, Rikimaru corrected. There may be others. Cherry blossoms continued to fall, the beautiful petals a stark contrast to the uneasy look that passed between the duo. They acknowledged the peace gained today, but understood that it was temporary, and new threats always awaited in the shadows. The autumn wind carried the scent of the sea up the mountainside, rustling through crimson maples that surrounded the compound of the Azuma ninja clan. Rikimaru meditated in the gazebo overlooking the garden, his breathing nearly imperceptible. Though his eyes were closed, he sensed the presence approaching from behind, swift, deliberate, almost silent. Almost. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and raised his blade, meeting Ayame's twin daggers with a metallic ring that scattered a murder of crows from a nearby tree. Your footfall on the third plank betrayed you, he said, his voice calm as still water. Ayame's eyes narrowed, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward. I'll keep that in mind for next time. They disengaged, both stepping back gracefully. Ayame wore her customary attire, her dark hair framing a face that could shift from playful to deadly in the space of a heartbeat. In contrast, Rikimaru's black outfit and silver hair gave him an almost ghostly appearance among the autumn foliage. Lord Goda's messenger arrived, she said, sheathing her daggers. We're summoned to the castle immediately. Rikimaru nodded, sliding his katana into its scabbard with a soft click. Did he say why? Only that it concerns a matter of grave importance to the province. Ayame glanced at the distant coastline visible through the trees, where foreign ships dotted the harbour. And that it involves the Western traders. Lord Goda's castle stood as it had for generations, a testament to power and tradition rising above the provincial capital. Within its innermost chamber, the Lord himself sat upon a raised platform, his trusted advisor, Sekiya, at his side. As Rikimaru and Ayame knelt before him, Goda's expression remained grave. Faithful servants of the Azuma, he began, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Troubling reports have reached me from our agents in the port town of Kanatsu. The Western merchants who have established their guild there are not what they appear to be. Sekiya unfurled a scroll bearing unfamiliar script. According to our informant, several of these foreigners are trained killers, using trade as cover for a plot against our province, and potentially the entire region. Lord Goda continued. They have allied with traitors among our own people, including Masai Himura, once a respected merchant of this province. What are your orders, my lord? Rikimaru asked, his head bowed. You will each undertake a separate mission that, together, will expose and eliminate this threat. Goda turned to Rikimaru. You will infiltrate the Western Merchant Guild. Discover what weapons they have smuggled, what allies they have corrupted, and their ultimate objective. He then addressed Ayame. Our informant is Yumiko, daughter of a tea house owner in Kanatsu. She has provided valuable information, but her position grows precarious. You will protect her while continuing to gather intelligence on the foreigners themselves, particularly a Russian woman named Katerina Volkov and a monk called Brother Sebastian. Their blood will water the ground at your command, Lord Goda, Ayame said, her voice cold with determination. Goda raised a hand. Not yet. First, we must understand the full extent of their plot. Kill only when necessary, until we know what we face. As they rose to leave, Lord Goda addressed them one last time. Be swift, my shadows. I sense our enemies moving against us, and I fear an attack is imminent. The two ninjas bowed deferentially before swiftly disappearing. Outside the castle, they moved as two shadows merging into the gathering darkness, bound for a town where ancient traditions and foreign ambitions were about to collide. Kanatsu's port district hummed with activity even as midnight approached. Sailors from distant shores mingled with local merchants and laborers, their languages creating a strange harmony beneath the light of paper lanterns. Rikimaru moved like a ghost along the rooftops, a shadow among shadows. The Western Merchant Guild occupied what had once been the compound of a wealthy daimyo who had fallen from favor. Its high walls and strategic position overlooking both the harbor and the town made it an ideal headquarters and a challenging infiltration target. Rikimaru observed the patrol patterns of the guards for nearly an hour. Most were Japanese mercenaries, but among them walked men with pale skin and hair of various colors, their movements betraying military training rather than merchant backgrounds. Their weapons, too, were noteworthy, a mix of traditional Japanese swords and foreign firearms. A covered wagon approached the compound's gate, laden with large wooden crates. As the guards inspected it, Rikimaru leaped from the rooftop and onto the wall. Inside the compound, he vanished into the shadow of a storehouse. The main building ahead would hold offices and living quarters, but the crates being unloaded into the storehouse likely contained whatever contraband the guild was smuggling. He waited until the workers retreated, then slipped inside through a high window. The interior was stacked with crates of various sizes, many bearing foreign markings. Rikimaru carefully opened one of the newly arrived containers. Inside, nestled in straw, lay disassembled firearms, more advanced than any he had seen before. Rifles with complex mechanisms and pistols small enough to hide in a sleeve. Another crate revealed vials of liquid that gave off a faint, acrid smell. Poison, perhaps, or some foreign alchemical weapon. But the third crate made him pause. It contained scrolls and maps, detailed renderings of Lord Goda's castle, the provincial capital, and several other strategic locations throughout the region. One map was marked with red circles around water sources. Another showed the patrol routes of Goda's personal guard. A sound at the door gave him barely enough warning to conceal himself among the higher crates. Two men entered, one Japanese and one Western. The weapons will be distributed to our allies within the week, the Japanese man said, his dialect marking him as from the capital. But Himura-san is concerned about the ninja. There are rumors they've been alerted. The Westerner laughed. Let them come. Katerina has dealt with their kind before in China, and the ghost assures us he knows their every technique. Don't underestimate the Azuma, the Japanese man warned, especially the one they call Rikimaru. Ninjutsu superstition, the Westerner scoffed. Just focus on your part, Tanaka, and you will be, well, rewarded. After they left, Rikimaru remained motionless, processing this information. The plot was more advanced than Lord Goda had realized. Not just assassins, but what appeared to be a coordinated military strike. And who was this ghost they mentioned? Rikimaru's eyes narrowed, determined to uncover the mystery. Across town, in the lantern-lit warmth of the Jade Blossom Tea House, Ayame knelt across from a young woman whose hands trembled slightly as she poured tea. "You're certain you weren't followed here?" Yumiko asked, her hushed tone laced with apprehension. "No one follows me unless I wish it," Ayame replied, sipping her drink. The tea house was busy enough to mask their conversation, filled with local merchants and a few foreigners enjoying an evening of sake and entertainment. Yumiko glanced nervously at a group of Western traders. "The woman hasn't arrived yet, but she comes most evenings." Katerina Volkov. She presents herself as the wife of a Russian fur trader, but I've seen her training in the compound garden with techniques no merchant's wife would know. "And the monk?" Ayame asked. "Brother Sebastian visits the poorest districts, offering medicines and prayers. The people trust him." Yumiko leaned closer. "But 3 nights ago, I saw him meet with Himura and a ninja clad in black with a blood-red mask. They exchanged scrolls and spoke of a cleansing fire coming to the province." Ayame's expression remained neutral, but inwardly she tensed. A ninja in a red mask could be from several rival clans, or a rogue agent selling his skills to the highest bidder. "There's more," Yumiko continued. "They're bringing something, or someone, from the largest Western ship tomorrow night, something they call the final component." The tea house door slid open, and conversation momentarily halted. A woman entered, her Western dress modified to suggest Japanese influence. Her hair was the color of fire, pulled severely back to accentuate sharp cheekbones and piercing green eyes. Behind her followed a man in monk's robes, his head shaved, a serene smile contrasting with eyes that missed nothing. "That's them," Yumiko whispered. "Katerina and Brother Sebastian." Ayame observed them without turning her head. The woman moved with the balanced precision of a trained fighter, despite her elaborate dress. The monk, though projecting an air of gentle humility, placed himself where he could see every exit. "I should go," Yumiko said, "if they recognize me speaking to a stranger." "Remain calm," Ayame advised. "Finish your tea naturally. I'm merely a traveler seeking directions." But as Katerina surveyed the room, her gaze lingered on their table a moment too long. She whispered something to Sebastian, whose gentle smile never wavered as he nodded. "She suspects," Yumiko breathed, fear evident in her voice. "Then we change our approach," Ayame said, standing smoothly. "Stay here until I return." She approached the foreigner's table directly, bowing with practiced deference. "Forgive my intrusion," she said in deliberately accented Japanese. "I am new to Kanatsu and seek employment. I was told the Western Guild sometimes hires local help." Katerina assessed her with cold calculation. "What skills do you offer?" "I am trained in the service of noble houses," Ayame replied. "I can clean, cook, and remain invisible when privacy is desired." Sebastian's eyes crinkled with apparent kindness. "We could indeed use help preparing for tomorrow's ceremony," he said in flawless Japanese. "The arrival of our distinguished guest requires proper arrangements." "Come to the guild compound at dawn," Katerina instructed. "We shall see if you are suitable." Ayame bowed again and returned to Yumiko's table. "They've invited the snake into their nest," she whispered with grim satisfaction. "Now leave separately from me and go directly to your home. Bar the doors tonight." After Yumiko departed, Ayame lingered, sipping her tea while maintaining awareness of the foreigners. They conversed quietly in their own language, occasionally glancing in her direction. Then a third figure entered, a Japanese man in expensive merchant clothing. Masai Himura had arrived, completing the trio of conspirators Lord Goda had warned about. But after he joined Katerina and Sebastian, the trio quickly retreated to a back room. Ayame rose, deciding there was little more to gain here. She would need to watch the compound from outside before presenting herself at dawn. Whatever, or whoever was arriving tomorrow night, she needed to learn more about it first. As she left the tea house, Ayame sensed eyes following her. In a reflective puddle on the street, she caught a glimpse of a figure on the rooftop behind her. Someone was watching, and they were skilled enough that she had almost missed them. The hunt had begun, but it wasn't yet clear who was predator and who was prey. The next evening found Rikimaru concealed among the heavy cargo of a warehouse near the main pier. For hours, he had been following Masai Himura as the merchant moved between the guild compound and various locations throughout Kanatsu, meeting with local officials, ship captains, and what appeared to be disguised warriors. Now Himura stood at the edge of the pier, watching as a boat rowed toward shore from the largest western vessel in the harbour. The night had brought fog rolling in from the sea, cloaking much of the activity on the water, but Rikimaru's trained eyes could discern 4 figures in the approaching boat, 3 rowing and 1 sitting motionless amidships. From the shadows of a nearby alley emerged Brother Sebastian. He joined Himura at the pier's edge, his robes rippling in the damp breeze. "Is everything prepared?" the monk asked. Himura nodded. "The components are assembled. We need only the knowledge this one brings to activate the device." "And Lord Goda's ninja? Any sign of them?" "The ghost believes the female ninja infiltrated the compound today, posing as a servant. She is being monitored." Rikimaru's jaw tightened. Ayame had penetrated the compound but might be walking into a trap. He would need to complete his investigation quickly and find a way to warn her. The boat reached the pier, and the central figure was helped to shore, an elderly Western man with a wild mane of white hair and spectacles that caught the light of the dock lanterns. He carried a leather satchel clutched tightly to his chest. "Professor," Sebastian greeted him. "Welcome to Japan." The old man looked around nervously. "I was promised payment in advance, and assurance that my work will only be used for the demonstration, not for—" "All as agreed," Himura interrupted smoothly. "The gold awaits you at the compound, along with your accommodations. This way, please." As the group moved toward a waiting carriage, Rikimaru slipped from his hiding place, intending to follow. But a whisper of movement above made him freeze. A figure in black dropped silently from the warehouse roof, landing between Rikimaru and his quarry. The newcomer wore a mask of crimson that seemed to float in the darkness like a bloodstain. In each hand, he held a kama, the sickle-like weapons favored by certain ninja clans. "Rikimaru of the Azuma," the masked figure said, his voice carrying a mocking edge. "You've grown predictable in your methods." Rikimaru drew his katana. "You have the advantage of knowing my name. Don't you recognize an old companion?" The figure removed his mask, revealing a face half handsome, half ruined by a jagged scar that ran from temple to jaw. "Takeshi, though they call me the Ghost now." Recognition dawned on Rikimaru. Takeshi had trained alongside him and Ayame as children, but had disappeared during a mission years ago, presumed dead. "You betrayed Lord Goda," Rikimaru stated, circling slowly. "I chose power over servitude," Takeshi replied. "The Westerners bring change that cannot be stopped. Their weapons, their science. Japan will transform or perish." "And your role in all this? What do you stand to gain from this transformation?" Takeshi laughed. "Power, position, and a chance to repay my debt to you and the kunoichi who left me to die." He attacked with blinding speed, kama whirling in deadly arcs. Rikimaru parried and countered, but quickly realized Takeshi had incorporated foreign techniques into his assault, creating an unpredictable style. They fought across the pier, their weapons catching occasional gleams from the distant lanterns. Rikimaru maintained his focus, studying Takeshi's patterns, waiting for the opening that would inevitably come. When it did, a slight overextension by Takeshi, Rikimaru struck. His blade sliced through fabric and flesh, but the masked assassin merely laughed. "First blood to you," he acknowledged, "but we will finish this later." He hurled black powder into the air that ignited with a blinding flash, momentarily robbing Rikimaru of sight. When his vision cleared, Takeshi was gone. In his place lay a folded paper crane. Rikimaru quickly moved to higher ground, scanning for both Takeshi and the carriage carrying the Western professor. The latter had just disappeared around a corner toward the guild compound. The former was nowhere to be seen. Unfolding the paper, Rikimaru found a message inside. "The kunoichi walks into the spider's web. Will you abandon your mission to save her, old friend? Choose quickly." The implication was clear. Ayame was in danger, and Takeshi was forcing him to choose between following the professor to learn more about the plot or warning his fellow ninja. Rikimaru made his decision. He would continue following the professor and the conspiracy's leaders. Ayame was skilled, the most skilled kunoichi of the Azuma clan. She would sense the trap, and in 3 hours they were scheduled to meet at the abandoned shrine above Kanatsu. If she didn't appear, he would know she needed assistance, With that resolution, he vanished into the fog-laden streets, following the carriage's path toward answers that grew more disturbing with each discovery. Inside the Western Merchant Guild compound, Ayame moved silently through the servants' quarters. She had spent the day cleaning, serving food, and listening, gathering fragments of information. The foreigners spoke freely around her, assuming she couldn't understand their languages. Their mistake had yielded valuable intelligence. She now knew that something called the device was being assembled in the cellar. That tonight's arrival, some Western scientist who would complete the final preparations, and that, within 3 days, during Lord Goda's autumn festival, they planned to strike. However, details of the device itself remained elusive. Was it a weapon, or something else entirely? Ayame needed to see it for herself. She slipped through the kitchen, past storerooms, and to a heavy wooden door with iron bands. It was locked, but the simple mechanism yielded to her picks within seconds. Beyond lay stone steps descending into darkness. At the bottom, a faint blue-green glow emanated from beneath another door. Ayame pressed her ear against it and heard nothing. Carefully, she eased it open. The cellar was larger than expected, a cavernous space that might once have been a daimyo's treasure room. Now it contained tables laden with strange equipment, glass tubes, metal containers, and devices whose purpose she couldn't fathom. The eerie glow came from a central apparatus, a metal sphere surrounded by smaller glass containers filled with luminescent liquid. Ayame approached cautiously. The sphere had symbols etched into its surface, some Japanese, others in foreign scripts. She recognized enough to understand they were measurements and warnings. Inside the glass containers, the glowing substance moved strangely, seeming almost alive. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a woman's voice from behind her. Ayame whirled, daggers appearing in her hands as if conjured. Katerina Volkov stood in the doorway, no longer dressed in modified Western fashion, but in a close-fitting black outfit. "The moment you entered the tea house, I knew what you were," Katerina continued, stepping into the room. "Your posture, your awareness. A common servant doesn't move like a predator." "And you're no merchant's wife," Ayame replied, assessing distances and angles for the coming fight. Katerina smiled. "I was the Tsar's finest blade before accepting this more lucrative arrangement." She drew 2 slender swords from back sheaths. "In Russia, we have legends of the ninja. I've always wondered how they would match against our techniques." "What is this device?" Ayame demanded, stalling while searching for advantages in the environment. "A gift from Western science." Katerina circled slowly. "The professor calls it concentrated destruction. A single sphere, properly placed in a water source, can eliminate everyone who drinks from it over several days. No taste, no color once diluted. Just death that seems like a wasting disease." Mass poisoning, Ayame realized. Why? What does the West gain from Lord Goda's death? Goda refuses to open his province fully to trade. With him gone, we create opportunity. Katerina lunged suddenly, her blades a silver blur. Ayame parried and leapt backward, using a table for cover. The fight was confined to the cellar, limiting her acrobatic techniques, but the shadows and obstacles could work to her advantage. They exchanged a flurry of strikes, testing each other's defenses. Katerina fought with clinical precision, a style emphasizing efficiency over flourish. Ayame matched her with the fluid adaptability of Azuma techniques. During a momentary separation, Ayame grabbed a glass container and hurled it at Katerina, who slashed it mid-air. The glowing liquid inside splashed across her arm, and she hissed in pain as it began smoking on contact with her skin. "Careless," Katerina snarled, wiping the substance away. "But it will take more than that." She renewed her attack with increased ferocity. One of her blades sliced Ayame's sleeve, drawing a thin line of blood across her forearm. Ayame responded by dropping to the floor and sweeping Katerina's legs, following with a kick that sent one of her swords clattering away. As they fought, the door at the top of the stairs opened again. Light spilled down, accompanied by voices. Himura, Sebastian, and others, escorting the professor to examine his creation. Katerina smiled coldly. "It seems our duel will have an audience." Ayame glanced at the approaching lights, then at the sphere on the table. A decision crystallized in her mind. She couldn't defeat all of them and escape with information about the plot, but she could ensure the device never reached Lord Goda's water supply. With a quick movement, she threw a smoke bomb at the stairs, momentarily blinding and confusing the newcomers. Then she leapt toward the central table, daggers raised to destroy the sphere. Katerina anticipated her intent and hurled a throwing dagger. It struck Ayame's shoulder, throwing off her attack. Instead of piercing the sphere, her blade glanced off its surface, creating a spark. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The sphere began to pulse with intensified light, and the glass containers around it vibrated. "Fool!" shouted a new voice, the professor pushing past the others. "You've activated the failsafe mechanism. It will release all its energy at once." "How long?" demanded Himura, drawing his sword. "Minutes. Maybe less." The professor was already retreating up the stairs. "The blast will destroy half the compound." In the confusion, Katerina launched herself at Ayame, tackling her away from the increasingly unstable device. "You've killed us all," she hissed. Ayame broke free of her grip and delivered a sharp strike to Katerina's throat, momentarily disabling her. The compound was already erupting into chaos above, with shouts and running footsteps as people fled the impending explosion. Hurling another smoke bomb, Ayame raced up the stairs. She needed to escape the blast radius and make her rendezvous with Rikimaru. Together, they could still stop whatever secondary plans the conspirators had in place. As she emerged into the night air, alarms were sounding throughout the compound. Guards ran in confusion, some fleeing, others attempting to maintain order. Through the chaos, Ayame spotted a familiar figure on a rooftop across the courtyard, a ninja in a blood-red mask, watching the pandemonium with evident satisfaction. For a moment, their eyes met. The masked ninja offered a mocking bow before disappearing into the darkness. Ayame had no time to pursue. With the device counting down to destruction, she needed to put distance between herself and the compound. She scaled the nearest wall, vaulted over, and began making her way toward the abandoned shrine where Rikimaru would be waiting. Behind her, the night sky suddenly blazed with unearthly light as the Western device fulfilled its deadly promise. The abandoned shrine stood on a forested ridge overlooking Kanatsu, its weathered torii gate and moss-covered stone lanterns testament to years of neglect. Rikimaru knelt in its inner sanctuary, eyes closed in meditation, but senses alert to every sound and movement around him. The explosion at the guild compound had illuminated the entire town briefly, followed by a thunderclap that echoed across the bay. From his vantage point, Rikimaru had watched as flames engulfed buildings and people fled into the streets. Whatever device the Westerners had created, it had clearly malfunctioned or been deliberately sabotaged. Ayame's work, he suspected. But would she make it to their rendezvous? His question was answered as a shadow detached itself from the trees outside, moving with a slight irregularity that suggested injury. Rikimaru remained still, verifying it was indeed his fellow ninja before revealing his position. "The guild compound is destroyed," Ayame said as she entered, one hand pressed to a wound on her shoulder, "along with their poison device." "You're injured," Rikimaru observed, producing medical supplies from his pack. "A Russian assassin, Katerina, skilled in ways I hadn't anticipated." Ayame allowed him to examine the wound. "The device was meant to poison the water supply. I couldn't retrieve it, so I ensured it couldn't be used." Rikimaru nodded as he applied herbs to stop the bleeding. "The professor they brought to activate it. Did he survive?" "He fled when the device became unstable. He's likely with the remaining conspirators." Ayame winced as Rikimaru bandaged her shoulder. "I also saw a ninja in a red mask watching the chaos. He seemed pleased by the destruction." "Takeshi," Rikimaru said grimly. "Once our fellow Azuma. Now he calls himself the Ghost and serves the highest bidder." Ayame's eyes widened slightly, the closest she ever came to showing shock. "Takeshi lives? How?" "That scar on his face tells part of the story. The rest, he keeps to himself." Rikimaru finished the bandaging. "But his presence suggests this plot runs deeper than we realized. The device may be destroyed, but I suspect they have contingency plans." "Agreed. Himura escaped with Sebastian, and likely the professor as well." Ayame tested her shoulder, finding the bandage secure. "What did you discover?" Rikimaru shared what he had learned about the meetings throughout Kanatsu and his encounter with Takeshi at the pier. "They were too prepared, too confident," he concluded. "The device was only one component of their plan." Ayame nodded. "At dawn, the town will be in chaos, perfect cover for whatever they intend next." "Or perfect distraction," Rikimaru suggested. "With attention focused on the guild compound, they could strike elsewhere, perhaps at Lord Goda directly." A new thought occurred to them both. The autumn festival would bring Lord Goda from his castle to the provincial shrine tomorrow. The processional route would be lined with spectators, including many visitors from other provinces and foreign lands. An ideal opportunity for assassination. "We need to split up again," Ayame said, rising slowly. "I'll return to Kanatsu to find Yumiko. Now that my cover is blown, she will be in danger. And I will follow the coastal road toward the provincial shrine," Rikimaru decided. "If they plan to strike during the festival, They'll need to position assassins along the route beforehand. They shared a moment of silent understanding. Each mission carried significant danger, especially with Takeshi aware of their presence. But duty to Lord Goda outweighed personal safety. When the sun reaches its peak tomorrow, whether we have answers or not, we meet at the crossroads before the provincial shrine, Rikimaru finished. With a nod of acknowledgement, Ayame vanished into the night. He remained a moment longer, scanning the distant town where fires still burned. Then he too departed, moving swiftly toward the coastal road. Neither noticed the small mechanical device nestled among the shrine's rafters, a Western invention that had captured every word of their conversation, transmitting it to a receiver several hundred yards away. There, Takeshi sat listening, the red mask pushed up to reveal his scarred smile. Dawn brought a town transformed. The guild compound lay in ruins, smoke still rising from shattered buildings. The harbour buzzed with activity as Western ships prepared for hasty departure. Ayame moved through the chaos, using the confusion as cover. When she reached Yumiko's small home near the market district, she found the door ajar. Never a good sign. Inside, furniture lay overturned, a struggle evident. Of Yumiko herself, there was no sign, but a message had been painted on the wall in what appeared to be blood. The ghost collects his due. Follow if you dare. A trap, almost certainly. But Yumiko was their only link to whatever plans remained in motion. Ayame searched the house methodically, looking for any clue to where Takeshi might have taken her. In a small alcove, partially concealed by a fallen cabinet, she found a crumpled paper with crude maps drawn in charcoal. One showed the provincial shrine where Lord Goda would conduct the autumn festival rituals. Another depicted a mountain pass along the coastal road. Both had X marks at strategic locations. Sniper positions, Ayame realized. With the poison plan thwarted, they had reverted to a more direct approach, assassinating Lord Goda during the festival procession. She needed to warn Rikimaru, who was already scouting that very road. But first, she had to determine if Yumiko was still alive and what else she might know. A thorough examination of the house revealed drops of blood leading to the back garden, where a stone lantern had been moved aside to reveal an old well. Beside it lay a torn piece of a kimono. Ayame approached cautiously, aware this could be part of Takeshi's trap. The well was dry, its bottom visible in the early morning light. There, curled in a defensive position, lay Yumiko, alive but injured. "Ayame-san," she called weakly. "Don't come closer. He's rigged the well shaft with explosives." Ayame assessed the situation quickly. The well's interior showed signs of recently attached devices, probably activated by pressure or tripwires. "Can you move at all?" she asked. "My leg is broken," she replied. "He threw me down here, said I was bait." "Listen carefully," Ayame instructed. "I'm going to lower a rope. Tie it under your arms and try to avoid the tripwires. I'll pull you up." As she prepared the rescue, Ayame remained vigilant for Takeshi's return. The trap seemed too simple for someone of his training, which meant either he was occupied elsewhere or there was a secondary trap. She lowered the rope, and Yumiko secured it with trembling hands. Carefully, Ayame began to pull her up, watching for any sign of triggered mechanisms in the well shaft. When Yumiko was halfway up, a whistling sound split the air. Ayame moved as a thrown karma embedded itself in the wooden frame of the well, narrowly missing her head. "Always so predictable," came Takeshi's voice from the garden wall. "The Azuma training emphasizes compassion as much as killing, your weakness." He stood balanced on the narrow wall, another karma twirling lazily in his hand. The red mask was pushed up on his head, revealing his scarred face in daylight. "Your quarrel is with me, not her," Ayame said, continuing to pull Yumiko higher despite the danger. "My quarrel is with all who serve the old ways," Takeshi replied. "Japan must change or die. Lord Goda and his kind are anchors dragging us behind while the West sails forward." "So you betray your training, your master, your honor. For what? Foreign gold?" Takeshi's expression darkened. "For survival. For the future." He gestured at his scarred face. 5 years ago, I was left for dead. The Westerners found me, healed me, showed me a world beyond our islands. Their weapons, their science, these are the new shadows we must embrace. "We searched for you," Ayame countered, stalling as Yumiko reached the top of the well. "For days, Master Shiunsai mourned you." Convenient lies. Takeshi readied his weapon. "But it doesn't matter now. Soon, Lord Goda will fall, and with him, the Azuma clan. The old gives way to the new. It is the natural order." He leapt from the wall, attacking with a combination of traditional ninja techniques and foreign movements. She met his assault with fluid precision, drawing her daggers to parry his karma. Their battle carried them across the garden, neither able to gain advantage. Takeshi fought with cold calculation, while Ayame's style emphasized adaptability and unexpected angles of attack. During a momentary separation, Ayame glanced at Yumiko, who had crawled clear of the well and was dragging herself toward the house. Takeshi noticed her divided attention and smiled. "Still protecting the weak," he taunted, still refusing to commit fully to the kill. He reached into his belt and threw several small metal objects toward the well. They struck with tiny sparks, and immediately the well shaft erupted in a chain of explosions. The blast threw Ayame backward, debris raining down around her. When she recovered, Takeshi was gone. She quickly checked on Yumiko, who had been shielded from the worst of the blast by the house's wall. The informant confirmed what Ayame had already deduced. The conspirators planned to assassinate Lord Goda during the festival procession, using hidden marksmen with Western rifles. After ensuring Yumiko would receive medical attention from neighbors, Ayame set out for the crossroads. She needed to reach Rikimaru and together stop Takeshi and his foreign allies. The coastal road wound between sea cliffs and forested hills, offering breathtaking views that belied the deadly task that awaited Rikimaru. Since dawn, he had been methodically checking every vantage point that overlooked the festival procession route. At the third such location, a rocky outcrop with clear sightlines to a narrow section of road, he found evidence of recent activity, scraps of foreign food, boot prints, and most telling, several spent rifle cartridges. A scouting party had been here, selecting positions for the assassination attempt. Rikimaru committed the location to memory and continued his search, finding 2 more similar sites before mid-morning. The pattern became clear. They had selected positions to create a gauntlet of fire that would leave Lord Goda and his guards with nowhere to run. As Rikimaru inspected the final position, an abandoned woodcutter's hut with a perfect view of the shrine approach, he sensed another presence. "Your persistence is admirable," said Brother Sebastian, emerging from behind a weathered shrine gate. The monk no longer assumed his humble demeanor. He stood straight, his posture revealing military garb beneath the simple robes. "As is your deception," Rikimaru replied, hand resting on his katana's hilt. Sebastian smiled thinly. "Not deception, merely layers of truth. I serve God and country in equal measure. By assassinating a rightful lord, by bringing poison to his people, by opening this closed kingdom to progress." Sebastian's hands remained folded in his sleeves. "Lord Goda rejects trade agreements that would benefit both our nations. His death will allow more flexible leadership to emerge. Foreign interference in Japanese succession," Rikimaru observed. "Your governments believe they can control who follows Lord Goda. We have candidates who understand the future better than he." Sebastian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Candidates who won't rely on assassins to maintain their power. How ironic that you would judge us." "I judge actions, not words, and yours will bring death to innocence." Sebastian sighed. "An unfortunate necessity, but I didn't seek you out for philosophical debate." He withdrew his hands from his sleeves, revealing not weapons, but a folded paper. "A message from your old friend. He suggested I deliver it personally to demonstrate good faith." Rikimaru made no move to accept it. "Place it on the ground and step back." The monk complied with a slight bow that bordered on mockery. "He said you would be cautious. The explosives in the compound were not our doing, by the way. Your colleague forced our hand, accelerated our timeline. You still intend to strike during the festival?" "That information is in the message," Sebastian said, backing away. "I've fulfilled my obligation to Takeshi. The rest is between you and him." "And you believe I'll simply let you leave?" Rikimaru's hand tightened on his sword. "I believe you're intelligent enough to recognize the greater threat." Sebastian gestured toward the distant shrine where preparations for the festival would be underway. "Kill me if you must, but every moment spent here is one less available to save your precious lord." Rikimaru weighed his options quickly. Sebastian likely had valuable information, but forcing it from him would take time Rikimaru couldn't spare. "Go," Rikimaru decided. "But Japan's shadows are long and deep. If we survive today, you will eventually find mine across your path again." Sebastian bowed once more. "Until that day, then." He retreated into the forest, moving with surprising speed. Rikimaru approached the message. It was another origami crane, identical to the one Takeshi had left at the pier. "The pieces are in position," the message read. "Lord Goda will never reach the shrine. Katarina's men await at every vantage point. But the final move belongs to us, old friend. The crossroads. Noon. Settle our account before the future erases us both." Moving with urgency, Rikimaru backtracked to each sniper position he had identified. At one, he found two Westerners already in position, rifles assembled and ready. They died silently, never knowing the shadow that ended their lives. At the second position, 3 more assassins were preparing their weapons. These were more alert, one managing to fire a wild shot before Rikimaru's blade found its mark. The sound would alert any others nearby, so he worked more quickly, dispatching them and destroying their firearms. The third position held only empty evidence of preparation. Perhaps these assassins were still en route. Rikimaru set a trap that would ensure they never completed their mission, then continued toward the crossroads. The sun approached its zenith as he drew near. In the distance, he could see festival decorations along the route Lord Goda would soon travel. At the crossroads itself, autumn leaves swirled in a gentle breeze. The intersection of 4 paths, north to the provincial shrine, south to Kanatsu, east along the coastal road, and west into the deep forest, stood empty for the moment. But as Rikimaru approached, a figure emerged from the forest path. Ayame, her expression grim with purpose. They met at the center of the crossroads, exchanging quick reports of what each had discovered. Their individual missions had yielded complementary information, confirming the assassination plot and Takeshi's central role. "He wants us both here," Ayame concluded, "away from Lord Goda during the procession." "I've eliminated most of their marksmen," Rikimaru replied, "but Takeshi and Katarina remain unaccounted for." "Then we split up one final time," she decided. "One of us confronts Takeshi, the other protects Lord Goda." Before Rikimaru could respond, a soft chuckle interrupted them. Takeshi stepped from behind the large stone marker, his red mask now fully covering his face. "So predictable, yet still impressive," he said. "You've dismantled much of our operation in less than 2 days. The Western powers underestimated the Azuma, despite my warnings." "It's finished, Takeshi," Rikimaru stated. "The guild is destroyed, the poison device with it. Your assassins are dead." "Some aspects have concluded, yes," Takeshi admitted. "But adaptation is the mark of a true ninja. When the elaborate plan fails, simplicity often succeeds." He gestured toward the shrine road, where, in the distance, they could see Lord Goda's procession beginning its approach, banners visible above the crowd. "Right now, Katarina is positioning herself near your lord, disguised as a festival musician. One shot, at the perfect moment." Takeshi shrugged. "Unless, of course, you stop her." "This is your distraction," Ayame realized. "Keep us here while she completes the mission." "Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply wished to face you both one final time before I leave Japan forever." He drew his weapons. "The Western powers have promised me a position of considerable influence in their future dealings with our homeland." Rikimaru and Ayame exchanged a glance, an entire conversation passing between them in an instant. Then, to Takeshi's surprise, Rikimaru sheathed his katana. "Ayame will face you," he announced. "I will protect Lord Goda." "Both of you are needed to defeat me," Takeshi warned. "You know this." "No," Ayame replied, drawing her blades. "One Azuma is sufficient for a traitor." Without further hesitation, Rikimaru dashed toward the shrine road, leaving Ayame and Takeshi facing each other at the crossroads. Your sacrifice is pointless, Takeshi told her. He'll never reach Katerina in time. You've forgotten what Master Shiunsai taught us, Ayame responded, beginning to circle her opponent. The body achieves what the mind believes. With that, she attacked, her daggers seeking openings in Takeshi's defense. He countered with practiced precision, the kama in his hands creating deadly arcs that forced Ayame backwards. They fought vigorously, their techniques mirroring each other in many ways, products of the same training. But where Takeshi had incorporated foreign elements, Ayame had refined the traditional Azuma style to its purest essence. Her injured shoulder limited certain movements, giving Takeshi an early advantage. One of his kama sliced through her sleeve, reopening the wound Katerina had inflicted. You've lost a step, Ayame, he observed. And you've gained arrogance, she replied, suddenly dropping to a crouch and sweeping his legs. He leapt over the attack, but Ayame had anticipated this. Her follow-up strike caught him mid-air, one dagger finding the gap between his armor and piercing his side. They separated, each assessing the damage. Takeshi pressed a hand to his wound, his mask hiding his frustration. We could have ruled the shadows together, he said, voice tinged with something almost like regret. The three of us, adapting to the changing world. We serve Lord Goda and the Azuma, Ayame replied. There is honor in our path. Honor is luxury in a world transformed by gunpowder and steel. Takeshi readied himself for another exchange. The age of the ninja is ending. Accept it or perish with it. They clashed again, their combat intensifying as autumn leaves continued their gentle descent around the deadly dance. Rikimaru moved with supernatural speed along the shrine road, pushing his body to its limits. The festival crowds grew denser as he approached, forcing him to take to the rooftops and trees alongside the route. Lord Goda's procession advanced slowly, the ceremonial pace a significant disadvantage in the current situation. Guards flanked the palanquin, alert but unprepared for the specific threat Katerina represented. Scanning ahead, Rikimaru spotted musicians lining one particularly narrow section of the route. Their traditional instruments and festival masks provided perfect cover for an assassin. But which one was Katerina? He studied each figure, looking for the subtle indicators that would betray a trained killer. Most played their instruments with the practiced ease of lifelong musicians. But one, a woman playing a shamisen at the edge of the group, held the instrument awkwardly, her fingers never quite committing to the strings. As the procession approached this bottleneck, Rikimaru dropped silently from his overhead position, landing behind the musicians. The false player sensed him immediately, abandoning her pretense to whirl around, the shamisen falling away to reveal a concealed pistol, a small, lethal firearm. Katerina's eyes widened briefly in recognition, then narrowed with cold determination. You're persistent, she said quietly, careful not to draw attention from the nearby civilians. But ultimately, futile. She raised the pistol, but not toward Rikimaru, toward the approaching palanquin. At this range, even the relatively inaccurate weapon would find its mark. Rikimaru moved with precision, honed through decades of training. His hand struck her wrist, diverting the pistol upward as it discharged. The shot echoed above the festival music, causing momentary panic, but leaving Lord Goda unharmed. Guards rushed toward the sound, but Katerina was already moving, discarding the spent pistol to draw a slender blade from within her musician's robes. She slashed at Rikimaru with unexpected ferocity, her style unlike any he had faced before. "European fencing with Russian adaptations," she explained, as if reading his assessment. "Your outdated techniques are no match." Rikimaru drew his katana, aware that they now had an audience of shocked civilians and approaching guards. This would not be the clean, invisible confrontation Ninja preferred, but Lord Goda's safety took precedence over tradition. Their blades met with a clarity that cut through the festival noise. Katerina fought with cold calculation, each movement precise. But Rikimaru had faced countless opponents, adapting to styles from throughout Japan and beyond. He recognized her patterns quickly: the preference for thrusting attacks, the focus on speed over power. When she lunged with particular commitment, he sidestepped rather than parrying, allowing her momentum to carry her forward while his blade found her exposed side. The cut wasn't deep, but it was enough to stagger her. Katerina's expression shifted from confidence to something darker, the recognition that she had underestimated her opponent. "You don't need to die here," Rikimaru told her quietly. "Surrender, and Lord Goda may show mercy." Katerina laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "Russians don't surrender." She reached into her robe with her free hand. "And I never come with only one plan." She threw a small black sphere toward Lord Goda's palanquin. Rikimaru recognized it immediately: a Western grenade. Without hesitation, he abandoned the fight, launching himself toward the explosive device. In one fluid motion, he snatched it from the ground and hurled it skyward, where it detonated with a thunderous boom that sent festival-goers scrambling for cover. Shrapnel rained down as guards surrounded Lord Goda, forming a protective barrier. When Rikimaru turned back, Katerina was already fleeing through the panicked crowd. He moved to pursue, but more explosions erupted along the festival route. Smaller devices planted throughout the area, causing chaos but few injuries. The diversion served its purpose, forcing Rikimaru to choose between pursuing or protecting the civilians and his lord. "Go!" Goda commanded, recognizing Rikimaru. "Stop her! We will tend to any injured civilians." Rikimaru bowed and disappeared into the confusion, moving with inhuman speed toward the crossroads, where the clash of steel grew louder. Leaves stained with blood spiraled in the autumn breeze as Ayame and Takeshi continued their lethal duel. Despite her injury, Ayame had gained the advantage through superior technique and unwavering focus. Each exchange left Takeshi more desperate, his foreign-influenced style proving insufficient against Azuma's purist traditions. "You've improved," he admitted, blood seeping from multiple wounds. "Perhaps I was wrong to underestimate you." "The Azuma way endures because it adapts without losing its essence," Ayame replied, circling for the final strike. "Something you never understood." She lunged to his side before attacking from an unexpected angle. Takeshi barely parried, stumbling backward. In that moment of imbalance, Ayame struck, knocking away one of his karma and driving him to the ground with a slash to the back of his knee. With her dagger poised at his throat, Ayame removed his mask to reveal the scarred face beneath. "Any last words before you answer for your betrayal?" Takeshi's eyes showed no fear, only resignation, The world is changing, Ayame. Sooner or later, we all must. The sharp crack of a pistol shot cut him off. White-hot pain exploded in Ayame's side as the bullet tore through her body. She staggered, her dagger falling from suddenly numb fingers. From the eastern path emerged Katerina, a thin trail of smoke rising from the barrel of her pistol. "Sentiment," she said coldly, beginning to reload the single-shot weapon with practiced efficiency. Always the downfall of the honorable. Takeshi rose slowly, recovering his fallen karma. "I told you the world is changing," he said, voice strained, "along with the weapons of war." Ayame pressed a hand to her wound, blood seeping between her fingers as she struggled to maintain consciousness. The gunshot had taken her completely by surprise, a weapon against which traditional techniques offered little defense. Katerina completed reloading her pistol, raising it deliberately toward Ayame's heart. "A shame to waste such talent," she remarked. "But loose ends must be tied." Her finger tightened on the trigger. Then a whistling sound cut the air. A kunai struck Katerina's hand with perfect precision, sending the pistol clattering to the ground. She cried out, clutching her bleeding hand as she and Takeshi whirled toward this new threat. Rikimaru materialized from the shadows of the forest path, his katana raised. "It seems I arrived just in time," he said, his quiet voice carrying across the crossroads. "This changes nothing," Takeshi snarled, though his stance betrayed both injury and uncertainty. "The future still belongs to us." "Perhaps," Rikimaru acknowledged, "but not today." He moved toward them with measured steps. Even wounded, Katerina remained dangerous, and Takeshi had always been formidable. But the determination in Rikimaru's eyes made both hesitate. "This isn't finished," Takeshi told his former comrades. "What began here will echo across Japan for years to come." Without warning, Katerina threw a flash grenade of Western design that erupted with blinding intensity. When the light cleared, both assassins had vanished. Rikimaru rushed to Ayame's side, applying pressure to her wound. "Lord Goda is safe," he told her. "The immediate threat is neutralized." "They escaped," Ayame said, frustration evident despite her pain. "To fight another day," Rikimaru agreed, "as will you, once we tend to this wound." He lifted her carefully, mindful of her injuries. "The shadows may change shape," he said, "but the Azuma will adapt. We always have." Ayame's hand tightened on his arm. "Takeshi was right about one thing," she said softly. "The world is changing." "Then we will change with it," Rikimaru replied, "while keeping our core principles intact." Together, they departed the blood-stained crossroads, leaving only disturbed leaves and crimson-splashed dust as evidence of the battle that had occurred. The autumn festival concluded without further incident, though Lord Goda doubled the guard throughout the province in the weeks that followed. Formal complaints were lodged with the Western powers whose representatives had participated in the conspiracy, though all expressed shock and denied official involvement. Ayame recovered slowly from her injuries, adapting her training to account for new types of weapons she might face in future conflicts. Rikimaru spent increased time scouting the coastal areas, vigilant for signs of Takeshi or Katerina's return. The Western professor, discovered attempting to flee aboard a Russian vessel, received unexpected mercy from Lord Goda. Rather than execution, he was installed at a remote mountain monastery where selected Japanese scholars could learn from his knowledge under careful supervision. A measured approach to adopting useful Western science while rejecting its more destructive applications. On a cool evening 1 month after the conspiracy's defeat, Rikimaru and Ayame knelt before Lord Goda in his private chambers. "My faithful shadows," he acknowledged. "Our victory was incomplete, but significant nonetheless. Takeshi and the Russian woman escaped," Ayame said, her side still bandaged beneath her garments. "They will return. And when they do, we will be ready," Rikimaru added. Lord Goda nodded. "My sources report they have fled to the mainland, China or perhaps Russia itself, but messages intercepted from Western ships suggest they are already planning their return." "With more foreign weapons?" Ayame asked. "And tactics we may not anticipate," Goda confirmed. "The world beyond our shores grows more complex with each passing season. We must maintain our traditions while understanding these new threats." He presented each ninja with a small lacquered box. Inside lay various Western devices of unknown uses. "Adaptation without compromise," Lord Goda explained. "These were recovered from the guild compound. Learn them, use them if you wish." As they departed the castle, Rikimaru and Ayame paused at a ridge overlooking the ocean. In the harbor below, new ships had arrived, their strange flags rippling in the night breeze. "They will come again," Ayame said, watching the distant lanterns of foreign vessels. "Takeshi, Katerina, or others like them." "And we will meet them," Rikimaru replied, "whether in light or shadow." A plume of smoke rose from one of the Western ships, perhaps a signal, perhaps merely steam. Whatever mysteries it heralded would wait for another day. For now, the shadows beckoned, and the Azuma ninja answered their call, disappearing into the darkness that was both their home and their greatest ally.